The committee will come to order. Purpose of this briefing is to hear the stories of two survivors of Russian war crimes in Ukraine. Both victims have asked for their names not to be disclosed for their safety, and I ask that you do not take any photos of either victim. Our first victim is a Ukrainian woman who spent 5 days in a Russian torture chamber near Kherson. She will share with us the horrific reality for all Ukrainians trapped behind Russian enemy lines in occupied territory. Our second victim is a teenage Ukrainian boy who was kidnapped by Russian forces and sent to Russia for quote-unquote re-education. His lawyer is here with us today to tell his story. As both guests will be speaking in Ukrainian, we'll be assisted by Dr. Bachovsky, a professional interpreter and translator. Before we hear these victims' stories, I'd like to show you a short video put together by the Reckoning Project on Russian war crimes. I'd like to warn everyone this video contains graphic images, so viewer discretion is advised. The mission of the Reckoning Project's journalists, documentary filmmakers, academics, lawyers, and war crimes researchers is to ensure that Russia's war crimes don't retreat from the front pages. I share this solemn and critically important mission in holding this briefing today.
Ту картину, яку побачила я, коли заглянула туди, де це спортзал, де сама більша кімната. Оце справжнє пекло. Пекло в тому вигляді, в якому малюють на старовинних іконах. В світлі, в такому приглушеному, чисто від свічок, постаті людей один коло одного сидять.
Вони не били по голові, це по ногах, по тулубу. Було всього декілька ударів, чим такі удари, якісь зековські, коли б'ють ладошками, зразу по двох ушах. Дуже сильно. Да. І таке відчуття, що як контузія в тебе. І коли ти падаєш, тебе піднімають, там, роздягають. 2-3 години ти взагалі стоїш голий, холодно, просто замерзаєш.
Очень много погибших, много раненых. Раненых очень тяжело, с ампутациями. Ну и погибшие люди тоже очень сильно повреждены тела. Море крови, стоны, крики «помогите».
Меня как-то оглушило на время, или я не знаю, я не поняла. Потом встаю такая и смотрю ногу, а тут у меня она вся в крови. Вот. Вот что сейчас с моей ногой.
А мужчина этот меня хватает, тянет, говорит: не смотрите, не смотрите. Я вырвалась, подбежала, приподняла. Я вижу, да, я вижу, это он, я вижу так живот скрытый, знаете, как кожа вот так снятая. И я вижу полностью все его внутренности.
Авиабомба упала вот за этим окном. Где я была, я не знаю, но где-то была, что
Chair now recognizes the first victim to tell her story.
Добрий день.
Good morning.
Дякую за можливість бути почутою на такому високому рівні.
Thank you for the opportunity for me to be heard at this very high meeting.
Мене звати Любов, мені 57 років. Я бухгалтер.
My name is Lubov. I'm 57, an accountant.
У мене була мрія, коли діти підростуть, влаштують своє життя, переїхати в батьківський будинок біля моря і приймати там гостей.
I had a dream when my children become adult, I will move to my parents' home near the sea and will have visitors, hosting visitors there.
Мої батьки з півдня України, з Херсонщини.
Because my parents are from the Kherson Oblast in the south of Ukraine.
Наш край славиться родючими землями, прекрасною природою, безкраїми степами.
This land is known for beautiful nature, spacious steppes and fertile soil.
А також є море, сонячне, тепле море.
And we have the sea and a lot of sun.
Я здійснила мрію, почала невеличкий бізнес,
So I implemented this dream, started a small business.
приймала відвідувачів, вони насолоджувалися відпочинком в мальовничих наших місцях Приазов'я.
Kind of like a little family hotel was hosting visitors and they were enjoying the rest there.
Мала багато планів і мрій, але все зруйнувала російська армія.
I had many plans, many dreams, but the Russian army destroyed this all.
Майже рік я жила в окупації.
I lived under the occupation for almost a year.
Замість бізнесу прийшлось виживати.
Instead of doing business, I had to fight for survival.
Часом були без зв'язку, без світла, без їжі.
There were times we had no communication, no food, no electricity.
Поруч постійно були обстріли, навколо російська техніка, танки, ракети літали.
Shooting and bombing was happening nearby all the time. Russian military equipment, aircraft, tanks, etc.
Але найстрашніше те, що російські військові знущаються над українцями.
But the worst is that Russian military are abusing Ukrainians
Виключно тому, що вони українці.
just for being Ukrainian.
Спочатку полювали на представників влади, підприємців, лідерів думок.
First, they were hunting for those who had been government officials or public opinion leaders or business people.
Переслідували людей за проукраїнську позицію.
They were persecuting people for being Ukraine sympathizers.
Людей викрадають і катують, тримають їх.
They kidnap people and keep them locked up and torture them.
В січні цього року прийшли і до мене.
In January of this year, they came for me.
Без запрошення прийшли в будинок, шукали щось, казали, що зброю.
Walked into my house uninvited, kept looking around saying they were looking for weapons.
В мене нема ніякої зброї.
But I have no weapons.
Вилучили мапу України,
So
вилучили прапор України,
they confiscated a map of Ukraine, the flag of Ukraine,
сувенірні магнітики з символікою України.
souvenir magnets with Ukraine images,
І також мак з синьо-жовтою стрічкою, це як символ жертв Другої світової.
and a token with a blue and yellow ribbon symbolizing victims of World War II.
Оце такі були мої речові докази.
Those were their evidence against me.
Потім мене повезли в їхню катівню, де тримали 5 днів.
And then they took me to their torture chamber and kept me there for 5 days.
Це був страшний кошмар, мене били,
This was terrible. I was beaten,
змушували роздягатись,
forced me to undress,
різали ножем, погрожували зґвалтувати і вбити.
cutting my body with a knife and threatening to rape and kill me.
Вивозили у поле, там знову били, ставили на коліна, приставляли пістолет до голови,
I also
стріляли над
was taken
головою.
out into the field, and they beated me again, and they were putting a handgun next to my head and shooting as if executing me.
І врешті змушували копати собі могилу.
Also forced me to dig my own grave.
Я бачила, як тортурам піддають інших людей.
I also witnessed how other people were tortured.
Їх виводили з чорними пакетами на голові.
They would be taken out with black plastic bags on their heads.
Я дуже за них переживаю і дуже би хотіла їх знайти,
I worry so much for them. I would love to find them one day, those
Ал-
people,
але не впевнена, що вони зараз живі.
but I'm not sure if they're still alive.
Після всіх тортур мене відпустили,
After all the torture, they let me go.
але сказали, що ще будуть приходити.
But they said they will come back.
Також вони пограбували мій дім,
They robbed my house as well.
забрали навіть батькові нагороди.
Even took away my father's medals.
Мені просто дивом вдалося за допомогою товаришів вірних виїхати на підконтрольну територію України.
Miraculously, I was able to flee with the help of some friends and get into the Ukraine controlled territory.
Єдиний можливий маршрут був через окупований Крим, Росію, Латвію і Польщу.
But I had to travel through Crimea, Russian territory, and then Poland, Latvia and Poland.
Моя донька громадянка Америки.
I have a daughter who is a U.S. citizen.
Завдяки програмі U4U я маю шанс бути з донькою тут в США.
So owing to the program that you implemented, U4U, I was able to come and join my daughter here.
Я дуже дякую американському народу, уряду за те, що я зараз маю змогу бути в безпеці.
I'm very thankful to the people of the United States for being able now to be here in safety.
І за всю допомогу Україні, що ви надаєте.
Thankful for all the assistance that you are providing to Ukraine.
Зараз в Україні дуже страшні часи.
These are terrible times for Ukraine.
Мільйони українців досі перебувають в окупації.
Millions of Ukrainians are still under occupation.
У них не вистачає елементарного їжі, медицини, світла немає, газу немає.
They lack basic necessities, electricity, gas, food, other things.
Там немає прав людини і ніхто не дотримується закону.
In those territories, there are no human rights. Nobody observes the law.
Я зараз розповідаю цю свою історію, а на тих територіях окупованих грабують, гвалтують, вбивають.
I'm telling you my story, and there are other people who are getting robbed and raped and beaten in those territories now.
Ці страшні злочини треба зупинити.
These terrible crimes need to be stopped.
Росія взагалі знищує все, до чого може дотягнутися.
Russia is destroying everything they can reach out to.
І це не тільки стосується України.
And this is not only about Ukraine.
Йдеться про те, яким буде весь світ завтра.
This is about the tomorrow's day of the world,
Де будуть жити наші діти?
where our children are going to live.
Чи це буде світ брутальності, безкарності, варварства?
Is this going to be a world of brutality, barbarity, and lawlessness?
Або ми повернемося до принципів верховенства права і цінності людського життя?
Or are we going to go back to values of human life and principles of law?
Я тепер маю нову мрію.
So now I have a new dream.
Я хочу повернутися додому і все відбудувати.
I want to go back and rebuild everything I had.
Але зараз моє село окуповане, мій дім розграбований, і в ньому живуть чужі люди.
But now my village is under occupation. My house has been robbed, and some alien people are living there.
Але я обов'язково повернусь.
But I will come back by all means.
Вільно жити на своїй землі – це мрія кожного українця.
Every Ukrainian person has a dream to live freely on their land.
І здійснити її можна лише в один спосіб – вигнати окупантів.
The only way to make this happen is to drive away the occupants.
А для цього потрібна ваша допомога,
And for that, we need your help,
зброя.
military help.
Нам також потрібна допомога Америки і всього вільного світу для притягнення до відповідальності всіх причетних до російської агресії.
And we also need help from both the United States and the rest of the world to hold accountable all those who committed those crimes.
Від рядових службовців до самого вищого керівництва Росії.
From rank and file servicemen to all the highest level commanders.
Українські правоохоронці роблять все необхідне, аби зібрати всю інформацію.
Ukrainian law enforcement officials doing everything needed to collect this information.
Ідентифікувати військових злочинців і засудити їх.
To identify the war criminals and have them put to trial.
Особисто хочу подякувати генеральному прокурору Андрію Костіну за його велику роботу, за таке тепле.
I want to express my special thanks to Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Mr. Kostin, for his humane attitude and all the work he's doing about this.
Але для того, щоб добитися повної відповідальності для російського керівництва і всіх злочинців, необхідна, звичайно, ваша допомога.
But we realize that your help is needed in order to hold the highest leaders of Russia accountable for those crimes.
Допомога всіх цивілізованих країн.
As well as the help from all other civilized nations.
Світ має показати, що не закриває очі на масові вбивства, на тортури, на зґвалтування.
The world must show that people are not closing eyes at those crimes, torture, rape.
Тому Росія має бути притягнута.
So Russia must be held accountable.
До відповідальності за всі свої лиходійства, які вона спричинила Україні.
For all the evil it has caused Ukraine.
Проти українців.
Against Ukraine.
Ми, хто пережили ці злочини, ми
We-
дуже хочемо справедливості.
We, the survivors of those crimes, we do want justice to be brought.
Справедливої відплати.
Just and fair payback.
Дякую за вашу увагу.
Thank you for your attention.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the courage to tell your story. Chair now recognizes the representative for the second victim to tell his story about being kidnapped by Putin's forces and sent to Russia for quote-unquote re-education, along with the thousands of other Ukrainian children.
Я вітаю вас, шановні пані та панове.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen.
Моє ім'я Катерина Бобровська, я є адвокатом українським неповнолітньої особи, яка була повернена з території Росії до України.
I'm Katerina Bobrovska, Ukrainian attorney representing a minor, Ukrainian minor who was returned from Russian territory back to Ukraine.
Будь ласка, допоможіть мені.
I ask you to help me.
Я хочу повернутися в Україну.
I want to go back to Ukraine.
Такі були перші слова
Those were the first words
16-річного Романа, коли він звернувся до мене по допомогу.
from the 16-year-old Roman who, when he contacted me for help.
Роман – це сирота та учень професійного ліцею в невеличкому селищі Донецької області.
He's an orphan attending a vocational school in Donetsk Oblast.
24 лютого 2022 року Роман перебував у навчальному закладі.
And on February 24th of 2022, he was at his school.
А невдовзі росіяни окупували населений пункт.
And Russians very soon occupied that community.
Вони здійснювали фізичний та моральний тиск на дітей, які залишились у гуртожитку.
They were pressuring the students, the kids who stayed in that boarding house, the dormitory, physically and morally.
Документи, телефони та інші особисті речі дітей постійно перевірялися.
They continued checking their papers, their telephones and other personal belongings.
Візити військових до гуртожитку ставали дедалі частішими,
The military continued visiting that dormitory more and more often.
а тиск все більшим.
The pressure was getting stronger and stronger.
Одного разу російський бронетранспортер
And there was an instance when a Russian armored vehicle
навіть направив дуло гармати
directed its gun in a turret
на дітей, які стояли біля входу.
right at the children standing near the entrance.
Розуміючи, що в таких умовах неможливо перебувати, Роман
Roman understood he could not exist in those conditions.
Роман прийняв рішення йти додому.
He made a decision to walk home.
60 кілометрів
It was 60 kilometers away.
він йшов пішки
Walked on foot
взимку.
in winter.
За цей час їх неодноразово зупиняли російські військові.
He and others with him were stopped by Russian military many times.
Вони проводили допити,
They interrogated the kids,
наводили на дітей зброю
aiming their guns at the kids,
та навіть стріляли над головою.
even shooting above their heads.
Їм доводилось спати на вулиці
They had to sleep outdoors
та просити їжу у місцевих
and
жителів.
beg for food from local residents.
Коли Роман дістався домівки,
When Roman finally got to his home,
до населеного пункту заїхали військові.
military moved in to that community as well.
Представники окупаційної влади
Occupation authorities
направили Романа на медичне обстеження.
told Roman to go for a medical exam,
Його забрали до місцевої лікарні, де вже перебували і інші діти.
and he was put in a local hospital where other children also were kept.
У лікарні Роману повідомили, що в нього буде інша родина.
And at that hospital, he was notified that he will now have a different family.
Окупаційна влада не взяла до уваги те, що Роман заперечував та казав, що законним представником має бути брат або сестра. В нього були рідні брат.
The occupation authorities ignored the fact and his words that he wanted his brother or sister to be his legal representatives because he had them there.
Через деякий час Романа було направлено до іншої лікарні у Донецьк,
Later, he was sent to another hospital in Donetsk,
де Роману було виготовлено нове свідоцтво про народження
where they issued him with a new birth certificate
від імені невизнаної республіки.
on behalf of that unrecognized republic.
А у травні Романа та інших дітей відправили на відпочинок до Росії,
Then in May, he with other kids was sent to Russia for vacation,
де українських дітей відвідала уповноважена президента Російської Федерації.
where the Ukrainian children are visited by Russia's representative of the president for kids matters,
З прав людини Марія Львова-Білова,
Maria Lvova-Belova, the representative for human rights.
яка повідомила дітям, що невдовзі вони будуть всиновлені.
She informed these children that soon they are going to be adopted.
Проте Роман та інші діти висловили своє заперечення та наполягали на поверненні їх до України.
But Roman and others insisted on returning back to Ukraine. They said they didn't want to be adopted.
Після цього цих дітей відправили до інтернату,
And then those children were sent to a boarding school.
де суттєво обмежували свободу,
At the boarding school, their freedom was significantly restricted.
а зокрема і їм було заборонено виходити на вулицю.
They were not allowed to walk outside the building.
Згодом Роману підібрали нову родину,
Eventually, they found a new family for Roman.
яка намагалася перевиховати хлопця.
They tried to reshape his mind.
Його змушували дивитись пропагандистські програми,
They made him watch propaganda programs on TV.
обговорювали новини про Україну в негативному контексті,
They discussed news reported about Ukraine in a negative clue.
обмежували спілкування з однолітками,
They were restricting his communication with peers.
та відслідковували його пересування через спеціальні програми на мобільному телефоні.
And they tracked his movements through a special app on his phone.
Крім того, Романа знімали в пропагандистських сюжетах на телебаченні,
They also featured him in propaganda stories on TV,
у яких змушували розповідати, як йому подобається його нова родина та
and
нове
forced him
життя.
to say that he liked his new family and his new life.
І йому примусово оформили паспорт громадянина Російської Федерації.
He was forced to obtain a passport of the Russian Federation,
Проте одразу забрали цей документ,
but then immediately they took it away from him,
аргументуючи це тим, що буде оформлення всиновлення.
saying that they will process papers for adoption.
Незважаючи на всі ці обмеження,
Despite all these restrictions,
Роман за допомогою українських волонтерів
Roman was able to use help from volunteers from Ukraine
зміг повернутися до України.
and get back to Ukraine.
Подробиці його повернення не можуть бути розголошені з міркувань безпеки.
For safety reasons, I cannot disclose all the details of how this was accomplished.
В Україні він отримав необхідне медичне обстеження, допомогу та операцію.
In Ukraine, he received necessary medical assistance, exam, and surgery.
Станом на сьогодні він почувається добре.
At this time, he's feeling well.
Проте подібні злочини постійно вчиняються проти тисячі інших українських дітей.
But similar crimes are committed regularly against thousands of other Ukrainian children.
Просто зараз,
Right
цю
now,
саму мить.
at this very moment,
До прикладу,
as an example,
до мене також звернувся інший підліток.
I was contacted by another
На ім'я
teenager.
Богдан.
His name is Bogdan,
Він уродженець також Маріуполя.
also born in Mariupol.
Він разом з Романом знаходився у Росії
Together with Roman, he was in Russia,
і також отримав нову сім'ю.
also received a new family.
Прийомна сім'я також в нього відібрала документи.
The adopting family also took away his papers,
Тоді він звернувся до мене по допомогу.
and then he reached out to me for help.
Богдан зазнавав постійного психологічного тиску
Bogdan was under permanent psychological pressure,
та дуже хотів повернутися до
and
України.
he was eager to go back to Ukraine.
Він намагався покинути територію Російської Федерації.
He tried to leave the territory of the Russian Federation.
Він подолав понад 1000 кілометрів.
He traveled for more than 1,000 kilometers.
Проте на кордоні його зупинили російські спецпризначенці.
But at the border, Russian Spetsnaz soldiers stopped him
Та доставили до слідчого комітету на допит.
and delivered to investigative authorities for interrogation.
Після чого Богдана також використовували для зйомок у пропагандистських сюжетах
After that, he also was featured in propaganda stories on TV,
на російському телебаченні.
on Russian TV.
Коли я побачила сюжет,
And when I saw one of those stories,
знятий з ним вже після його затримання,
after he was detained,
я помітила значні переміни.
I noticed important changes in him.
Темні кола під очима
He had dark areas under his eyes,
та змінена зачіска.
and his hair cut was changed.
Його підстригли, начебто для служби в армії.
They cut his hair short as if he was going to serve in the military.
Розповіді Богдана на російському телебаченні не відповідали дійсності.
The words he was saying on Russian TV were not adequate to what really was happening.
Ймовірно, Богдана залякували, аби він говорив те, що хотіла російська влада.
Apparently, he was either threatened or was just told to say what the government wanted.
Коли Богдан вирішив повернутися в Україну,
When he decided to go back to Ukraine,
ми знали, що у нього немає документів.
we knew he did not have papers.
Саме тому нами було виготовлені необхідні документи для перетину ним кордону.
So we issued appropriate papers for him to be able to cross the border.
Коли він відправився з точки А,
And when he started his trip from point A,
я виїхала до нього на зустріч,
I went there to meet him.
але також була зупинена російськими спецслужбами.
But I too was stopped by Russian servicemen.
А наступного дня я дізналася, що Богдана затримали.
And the next day I was told that he had been detained.
Схожість історії Романа та Богдана
The stories of Roman and Bogdan have a lot in common,
свідчить про системність та поширеність цих злочинів
and this tells us that such crimes are systemic and widely spread,
на тимчасово окупованих територіях.
and they happen in those temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine.
Свідчить про детально сплановану операцію.
These facts tell us that this was a detailed, premeditated operation
З депортації українських дітей.
aimed to deport Ukrainian children to Russia.
Ці заходи спрямовані на позбавлення їх української ідентичності.
Those measures are aimed at depriving the children of their Ukrainian identity.
Історія Романа має щасливе завершення.
Roman's story has a happy ending.
Його вдалося повернути додому.
He was able to go back to his family, to his home.
Втім, Богдана, як і інших дітей,
But Bogdan, like
вони
other
фактично залишаються у полоні.
Ukrainian children, are essentially still in captivity.
І я закликаю міжнародну спільноту
So I appeal to the international community
об'єднатися
to come together
та вживати спільних заходів
and jointly take measures
для посилення тиску на країну-агресора Росію,
to put more pressure on the aggressor country, Russia,
або домогтися повернення всіх вимушено переміщених
in order
українських дітей.
to make them return all Ukrainian children back to Ukraine.
Це наш моральний обов'язок.
This is our moral duty,
Повернути кожну дитину додому.
to return every child back home.
Сьогодні вночі
This night,
мені написала повідомлення ще одна дитина.
I received a message from another child.
На моє питання, чому ти не спиш,
When I asked, why are you not asleep?
він повідомив наступне. Я зачитаю.
This is what he wrote to me, and I will read out what he wrote.
Ця дитина знаходиться на території Російської Федерації.
This child is now on the territory of the Russian Federation.
Мені тяжело спати.
It's hard for me to sleep.
Я столько смертей видела.
I saw so many deaths,
А мучает две
and
смерти.
there are two deaths which keep torturing my conscience.
Лучшего друга и маленькой девочки,
One was the death of my best friend, and the other was a little girl
которую я не мог спасти.
who I was not able to rescue.
Друг прикрыл меня своим телом.
The friend covered me with his body,
Его разорвало.
and he was blown apart.
Он единственный, кто со мной всю жизнь был свою.
He was the only one who had been with me all my life.
После смерти родителей единственный, кто оставался со
After
мной
the death of
рядом.
my parents, the only one who stayed next to me.
А девочка?
But the girl,
Мы когда ехали по воду на моей машине,
when we were driving in my car to get water,
я услышал крики.
I heard people shouting. I
Остановился,
stopped,
выбежал.
ran out.
Там лежало тело
I
женщины.
saw a body of a woman,
И девочка с дырой в груди.
and there was a girl with a hole in her chest.
Лет 10 ей
She was
было.
about maybe 10 years old.
Она умирала и кричала
She was
«помогите».
dying and crying, help.
Я ее взял на руки и
I took
успокаивал.
her in my arms, was trying to calm her down,
Там уже нечем было
because
помочь.
there was nothing we could do for her.
Этот момент, когда я стараюсь улыбаться,
This is the moment when that moment when I'm trying to smile to calm her down,
чтобы ее успокоить.
down.
И говорил ей, что все будет хорошо.
And I was telling her everything will be all right.
А душу мою
But
раздирало.
my soul was being torn apart.
Я благодарю всех вас
Thank you all
за те, що ви надали змогу
for giving us this opportunity
розповісти
to
про ці
share
страшні випадки.
about these terrible instances.
Дякую вам.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. I will let the members know the child victim is actually in the room next door, and per the embassy's instructions to protect his identity. But this is just one of many stories we've heard. In fact, over 20,000 children have been abducted, taken into Russia for indoctrination. We're going to take a quick break for our next witness to the Prosecutor General. Thank you for being here today. Purpose of this hearing is to expose Russian war crimes and other atrocities in Ukraine and to ensure that the world never forgets. I also hope to discuss efforts to ensure perpetrators up to the highest levels of the Kremlin face justice. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. We just heard two horrific and heartbreaking stories from victims of Russia's ongoing war crimes in Ukraine. Sadly, those were just two examples of the more than 80,000 war crimes that the Prosecutor General's office has recorded. From the beginning of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, Russian troops have been engaging in unspeakable acts against the Ukrainian people. To break the will of the Ukrainian people, Russia has employed the use of terror through barbaric war crimes, from sexual violence, including the rape of children and the elderly, to mass executions and torture, all targeted at innocent civilians. Shortly after this unprovoked invasion, I introduced the Ukraine Invasion War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act, which was signed into law. It requires the administration to report to Congress on the U.S. response to war crimes being committed in Ukraine. Disappointingly, the administration has failed to provide this report to date. Over the last 14 months, what we've witnessed is bone-chilling. The bombing of a maternity hospital, corpses littering the streets of Bucha, hands tied behind their backs, bullets in their head, some of them decapitated. Mothers raped in front of their children, young girls in front of their families. The bodies of innocent Ukrainians half buried in mass graves. Countless torture chambers throughout Russian-occupied territory. Mobile crematoriums used to dispose of the evidence of their indiscriminate killings. The bombardment of apartments and public buildings providing refuge to children and the elderly, including a theater in Mariupol that had the word children written outside, so large in Russian you could see it from the satellites. Ahead of the one-year anniversary of the invasion, I led a congressional delegation to Ukraine, including Representative Issa and self, who sit on this committee. We met with the Prosecutor General Costin, who is before us here today. He personally escorted us to Bucha to see the site of the first mass grave discovered, and we met some of the first victims of Russian war crimes. It was a sobering experience and one that I will never forget. And as this war rages on, these war crimes have only continued. Following the liberation of Kherson, which was under Russian occupation for 8 months, more horrors have been discovered. Russian soldiers had taken old detention centers and converted them into torture chambers. Those subject to these torture chambers included journalists, civil servants, teachers, and random citizens. They were subjected to electric shock torture, ferocious beatings, suffocation, and waterboarding. They even discovered a children's cell specifically used to torture and abuse children. These were not the actions of some rogue soldiers, but rather a planned and financed operation of terror sanctioned at the highest levels of the Kremlin. The investigators who collected this evidence said this was, quote, a calculated plan to terrorize, subjugate, and eliminate Ukrainian resistance and destroy Ukrainian identity. This is the reality for every single innocent Ukrainian who remains trapped behind enemy lines and under Russian occupation. Recently, we've learned of Russian soldiers beheading Ukrainian POWs. Just this past Monday, a story broke outlining how Wagner commanders confessed to extensive war crimes, including the execution of 20 children, along with blowing up a pit of more than 50 wounded captives. They admitted they were given orders to, quote, shoot without words, end of quote, at anyone over the age of 15. Russian soldiers and Wagner Group mercenaries, in horrific detail I've heard, it's been reported, carry Viagra with them to forcibly rape women and children. I personally heard an account from a Ukrainian mother who saw her 5-year-old daughter gang raped to death by 10 Wagner mercenaries, who then threw her dead body on the side of the road. This is happening right now. They're monsters, and they need to be brought to justice. One would think the horrors of such acts would have been discarded into the ash heap of history, as Ronald Reagan once said. But sadly, the depravity of Russia's invading forces knows no bounds. We have seen the mass deportation and relocation of Ukrainian children. Tens of thousands of children have been kidnapped, handed over to Russian families, and forced into pro-Russian re-education systems. These are more than war crimes. These are more than crimes against humanity. What we are witnessing in Ukraine is genocide. By definition, genocide is, quote, the intention to destroy a people in whole or in part, including by forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Putin and Kremlin's senior officials have made clear that their intent is to systematically wipe out Ukraine's existence. The free world cannot sit idly by and allow this to happen. It is beyond time that this administration, along with our allies, provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to win. We need to do more than just give Ukraine enough for survival. We urgently must give them longer-range systems, such as ATACMS, for victory. These are critical to not only destroy the Iranian drones in Crimea that have been devastating to Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, but also to enable Ukraine to push forward with its imminent counteroffensive to recapture its territory and liberate its own people from the daily threat of this Russian terror. History will judge this moment and ask what we did to stop this. No country can remain neutral in the face of such evil. Genocide must not be tolerated by the free world. And just as we held perpetrators of genocide to account in the Nuremberg trials following World War II, we must also hold Putin and his soldiers accountable for the Russian horrors inflicted on Ukraine. History will judge us by what we do here and now. With that, the chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can't be human and not feel the evil that has been done to our witnesses, to the Ukrainian people. You can't be human it's devastation. You can't be human and see, as I have seen, traveling to both Ukraine and Poland, the torture, the devastation, the destruction of families. Never thought in the year 2023 we would see such devastation again. The question is, how can any leader, any human being, I thought that maybe we would have learned by now that we don't treat others in the manner of evil and destruction that we see. This, and the way that the Ukrainians are suffering every day, every day that Russia's brutal war continues. And I can't help but even think that even when you look at the destruction, when the fighting stops, Ukrainians will have to deal with all of the consequences of this evil act, the scars. We heard the representative talk. Could you imagine the scars of that witness that we have in the back? They will last a lifetime. The scars, the trauma. The young children who, as you see, and I've seen on the streets, that trauma will be with them for a lifetime. The decimated towns and cities that Russia's illegal war has caused. For what? For what? We've had the opportunity to hear the first-hand accounts of the two victims who have lived through Russia's war. Ordinarily, you just say, I'd like to thank both for their presence today, and I do. I sure wish they did not have to be here. But I think that the world needs to hear their testimony. Tragically, the experiences that they've been forced to endure is happening all across Ukraine. Mr. McCall has listed several other events. I've seen and talked to other victims. And so what I want them to know, we feel your pain, we hear your voices, and the voices of all of your compatriots. And we cannot let your suffering be in vain. Thanks to your efforts, the world is aware of Putin's brutality, from directing the abduction of children and the massacre of civilians to the targeting of hospitals and indiscriminate attacks in densely populated areas. We're here today to examine the work that is being done to bring perpetrators of these war crimes to Ukraine to justice. The ICC has been laying legal groundwork for accountability since Russia's initial invasion in the spring of 2014, when Russia began to kidnap children from Ukraine. And though this was at the time on a smaller scale, because it's important to know that this just started. It started in 2014 in Crimea. It has been going on for too long, which shows that we cannot just turn our head. You know, we have to remember that Putin claims that Ukraine is run by fascists. Oh my God. Has he looked in the mirror? Has he looked in the mirror? We hear statements from Russia officials and from Russian disinformation outlets which seek to dehumanize Ukrainians. How can one take the turn and turn it around? How can a human being look himself in the mirror? How can they try to create a false narrative when clearly the whole world sees who the aggressor and who's committing the criminal acts? And so, yes, the United States and our allies and partners must work diligently to ensure records and document every piece of this criminal history. beginning in 2014. And we must collect it so that all those who are responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity and other human rights violations are held accountable. They cannot get away with it. They cannot think that just some kind of agreement can happen and then they walk away from this crime, yes, from this genocide that is being attempted. They must be held accountable. And as the war grinds on, the wheels of justice have to move as well. And I stand in strong support of U.S. assistance in this space and for the establishment of a special hybrid tribunal to address the crime of aggression. And I applaud the formalization of cooperation between the United States and European states and our War Crimes Accountability Team. And I know the legal path to justice is precarious, but we in the United States Congress are determined to provide the support needed to secure justice for victims. Ukrainians did not ask for this unjust war. They are only asking for our support as they defend their home and their sovereignty. And it is in our national interest to provide the support to Ukraine so it wins this war. And it will. And after Ukraine wins, post-conflict justice and accountability must be central in any post-war reconstruction effort. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank you for your moral clarity as always and vision. I'll never forget being on the Polish border of Ukraine with you 2 weeks after the invasion, and there were thousands, and Ms. Wagner was there as well, thousands of women and children of refugees leaving their husbands and fathers behind to fight the war, but thousands of them. It could have been in black and white, and it would have looked like 1939 all over again. And every time I travel to Poland, they tell me that. This reminds us of 1939. We cannot let history repeat itself. So with that, I'm pleased to welcome the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Mr. Kostin, before us today. We've met several times. The last time I saw you, sir, was at the mass grave in Bucha, a very moving experience. I commend you for shining a light on this darkness and these Russian atrocities that have been committed in Ukraine, and I yield to you, sir, for your opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Mix, and the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity to appear before you today and unmask war crimes and other atrocities that Russia is committing in Ukraine. At the outset, I wish to convey my sincere gratefulness to the United States, its government and people for your unwavering and continuous support to Ukraine. Sadly, the heinous facts described in the statements of the two survivors that we have just heard during the briefing are not an anomaly or an exception from what is going on the battlefield. Rather, such a behavior is a feature of Russian military and political doctrine and modus operandi of Russian armed forces and their proxies. The world had witnessed devastating effects of this policy not only in Ukraine, but repeatedly. As described by the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, in his February 18, 2023 announcement, Russia has committed crimes against humanity in Ukraine and quote, "These acts are not random or spontaneous. They are part of Kremlin's widespread and systematic attack against Ukraine's civilian population," end of quote. From February 24th, 2022, we have observed and documented brutal and deliberate attacks of Russia on residential areas, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, and even theaters in different cities and towns of Ukraine. A tragedy and crime of bombing of Mariupol Drama Theater, which resulted in close to 600 deaths, is the most vulnerable civilian population trapped in Mariupol, is a clear exemplification of the criminal strategy of warfare of Russia. Moreover, Russian forces regularly have been shelling evacuation routes and convoys marked as civilian, systematically practiced torture and rape, and engaged in summary executions, after which mass graves are being discovered throughout the country. These actions have nothing to do with waging war under the rules of international humanitarian law. Their objective rather is to sow fear and terror. As of today, we have registered close to 80,000 cases of war crimes. Evidence of these crimes, however, is growing exponentially. This is particularly connected to the deoccupation of the parts of Ukraine. As an example, when the Ukrainian military liberated Kherson in November 2022, the same pattern of barbaric crimes seen in Bucha and other cities in Kyiv region, Sumy, Chernigiv, and Izyum was also uncovered there. To date, only in Kherson and the region, over 13,000 criminal cases in relation to crimes committed by Russian forces have been launched. 908 civilians are registered dead, only in Kherson region. Allow me to draw your attention to a few examples of atrocities uncovered in this beautiful part of Ukraine. Torture chambers. We have discovered approximately 20 such locations and even more unlawful detention facilities. Over 1,000 torture chamber survivors submitted their evidences. Survivors report that Russian forces subjected them to different forms of abuse, including beating with sticks and rubber batons, use of electric shocks, waterboarding, stripping them naked, threats of death or mutilation, and others. Moreover, they were forced to shout pro-Russian slogans and listen to Russian anthem. While during night, they were hearing screams of others being beaten. In course of investigation, we have discovered evidence of financial records showing a direct linkage between the torture chambers and Russian security agencies. This is a clear sign that policy of torture is a part of criminal plan of Moscow to subjugate Ukrainians. Another systemic and widespread crime we detected is enforced disappearance. There are over 600 individuals whose whereabouts are currently unknown. This is also a pattern that is common to all territories that fell under Russian occupation. Public officials and politically active citizens who dissented from denouncing Ukrainianness disappeared or were executed. Occupant forces implemented a full-scale search for pro-Ukrainian or anti-Russia residents, journalists, Ukrainian patriots, and targeted them. In Kherson, like other cities and towns, sexual violence has also been used as a political and military tactic by Russian forces. This was done to humiliate and break resistance of civilian population. We have documented over 60 instances of rape only in Kherson region. I will bring 3 examples. We have an ongoing investigation into the fact of 4 months-long forced deprivation of liberty, continued rape, and humiliation of a resident of Kherson region by a Russian serviceman who entered into a house of a victim, stayed there for a prolonged time, and together with rape, threatened the victim and her 9-year-old son with physical violence. We are also investigating cases of rape of minors. In one of the villages of Kherson region, a soldier of proxy forces abducted a minor from the house in the presence of mother and grandmother and raped the victim. We also have a pattern of rape and torture, as well as sexual harassment, specifically against the family members of Ukrainian armed forces. One of the most horrendous crimes Russia is committing is forced transfer. We see on a daily basis that from the part of Kherson region, which is still under Russian occupation administration is carrying mass forced relocation of residents, including children, to other temporarily occupied territories or to the Russian Federation. This is the continuation of the strategy of separating Ukrainians, and especially children, from their parents and families, with the objective of their quick assimilation into Russian society. Russia even simplified the process of granting citizenship or to forcibly transfer children. Russia shamelessly violates fundamental tenets of international law. It's committing core international crimes in Ukraine, even though what I managed to discuss is just a tip of an iceberg. It, however, is sufficient to demonstrate inherently criminal plan of the Russian leadership to spread fear and terror and eradicate resistance among Ukrainians so that Russia could remove Ukrainian identity. Moreover, crimes documented are systematic and widespread in nature. These are clear signs of a plan of persecution against Ukrainians as a national group targeting Ukrainian identity and Ukrainian statehood. These patterns are particular to the crime of genocide. Such evil cannot let be. It is our joint responsibility to do everything to uncover horrific crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine. But exposure does not suffice. To ensure that this never happen again and to provide justice for victims and survivors, all those who orchestrated and enabled commission of core international crimes should be held accountable. Only with discovering and determining truth, bringing perpetrators to responsibility, and providing adequate reparation to victims and survivors, we could say that justice had been done. For these reasons, it would be paramount for us to obtain your support on various legislative initiatives, such as condemning an illegal abduction and kidnapping of children from Ukraine to Russia, designating the Russian-based mercenary Wagner Group as a foreign terrorist organization, Oligarch Assets for Ukrainian Victory Act, authorizing the Department of Justice to transfer to the Department of States the proceeds of property seized pursuant to sanctions to be used to provide assistance to Ukraine, as well as supporting the creation of special tribunal for the punishment for the crime of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. I understand that the US Congress has considered further amendments to the Penal Code to include a new provision criminalizing crimes against humanity, which would prevent impunity for such crimes when perpetrators appear on United States soil. When the US takes the lead on these issues, the world watches, and it emboldens our own efforts in obtaining international justice. I'm confident that Ukraine, hand in hand with the United States and other countries of the civilized world, will achieve this. Thank you, and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. And from one prosecutor to another, I commend you. for your courage, your bravery, and your just a strong character to seek justice against these monsters. I want to ask you about these children. I think about 20,000 now, and that's just the ones we know about, have been abducted and transferred into indoctrination camps in Russia. Do we have any, is there any evidence of this? How high of a level do you think this comes from?
One of the most challenging tasks for all of us is to identify not only the number of children who were forcibly deported, but also to identify where they are. You know that according to our information, we have information about up to 20,000 Ukrainian children who were forcibly deported. And only a small part of them returned home. For this, we need a strong, unified pressure over Russian leadership in order to return Ukrainian children back home. This is easy if they want to do it. There is a set of international legislation which could be used in order to return children via third countries, via international organizations, to their families and to their country. I always ask all the leaders I meet to raise this issue on daily basis, using all your influence on international level, that Russians will return our children home. It's also important and I would say historic that the first arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court as a matter of war crime committed during this full-scale aggression is issued against incumbent president of Russian Federation, Putin, and I would say commissioner in brackets for children's rights, Lvova Belova, so that whole world now see that Putin is suspect, war criminal, and the pressure over him and his government to return our children back should be worldwide, including the countries of Global South and some others who still try to be neutral or still try to shake hands with Putin and his regime. They also need to see that Putin is a suspect in war crime, which is forced deportation and abduction of Ukrainian children.
Do you believe, believe the orders to abduct and indoctrinate these 20,000 children that we know about, that order comes directly from Mr. Putin?
This order comes, yes, directly from Mr. Putin, and we have a set of legislature acts and a set of his even public statements which confirm that he ordered such policy. And this information is also in line with the findings of the team of prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, with whom we cooperate on constant scale. And
I think it's important that this abduction of children, transporting and indoctrinating falls squarely within the definition of genocide.
Absolutely. We follow our investigation for such war crimes in two dimensions, as war crime and potentially as a crime of genocide.
Can you describe your, that would be my last question, your relationship with our Department of Justice? Are they fully cooperating with your investigation?
I'm grateful for Department of Justice and personally to Attorney General Mary Garland for unprecedented support and coordination of our efforts. We are also cooperating with other investigation of other war crimes, and we have a cooperation with regard also to the case of deportation of Ukrainian children. The details I will not disclose at the moment.
Thank you, sir. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Colston, again for joining us today and picking up from where Chairman McCall, I think that I understand that you have indeed had a meeting with your counterpart, Attorney General Garland, recently, and that the DOJ is going to increase its support and send additional investigators to The Hague and to our embassy in Kyiv. So let me ask for you to describe the needs of your office, the Office of the Prosecutor General going forward. What sort of forensic labs and equipment and personnel does the office need so that you can continue to be effective? And how are other international partners assisting your efforts in filling capacity gaps that may remain so that you can get and do everything you need so that we can make sure that justice is had?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. We continue to receive all necessary technical support from the US government, which is needed to conduct proper investigation and documentation of the war crimes of this war of aggression. We are grateful for technical support from notebooks, cell phones, personal protective equipment, generators, power stations. You know, we have had very difficult winter, and for many times some of my offices were cut off energy, were cut off resources for several days. And we are grateful for supply of generators, which helped us to not only to run our offices, but also to proceed our work documenting and investigating war crimes. What we need now more, within the course of our investigations, we collect huge amounts of data that needs to be stored and analyzed, and it requires proper equipment and proper IT solutions. We are now, with the help of our partners in the United States, are in good contact with providers of the data, providers of IT solutions like Microsoft, like Palantir, who are granting us free access to their IT solutions. We need to analyze terabytes of photo, video, voice information to match them for a specific crime scene in order to not to lose any evidence that we have collected. Because it's not only us who are collecting evidences, they're also collected by people, they're also collected by non-governmental organizations, but civil society organizations. And I'm also especially grateful for your assistance to our NGOs and civil society organizations who are really helping us, not only with documenting of war crimes, but also helping us with the communications with witnesses and survivors. You know how sensitive it is in some dimensions. And I'm also grateful, and we will need more assistance, and I believe we will get it. We are now creating a coordination center for the victims, survivors, and witnesses of war crimes under the umbrella of the Office of Prosecutor General. We know that the interests of survivors and victims of this war should be our center of our attention and efforts.
Let Let me also ask, I know that there are multiple efforts, including those at the ICC and the UN, that they contribute to building legitimacy for the establishment of a special hybrid tribunal on the crime of aggression. So how can the United States better support efforts to broaden the legitimacy of international legal mechanisms so that everybody is going after these crimes against humanity, like Putin and some other vicious individuals who are committing those crimes?
Thank you. I think that the establishment of special tribunal for the crime of aggression is an extremely important element of our web of accountability, because the crime of aggression, which is a leadership crime and which led to all other war crimes committed, should be prosecuted and punished on international level. We have our own investigation for the crime of aggression, but we can't reach Troika, including President of Russian Federation, because of his personal immunity. And we need international mechanism, which should have a broad support of all the countries who know that act of aggression was committed and who believe that act of aggression should be punished on international level. It's not only a war of Russia against Ukraine, it's a global war. I don't know any country which doesn't feel the consequences of this war of aggression in many layers, but everyone, this war touched every country in the world. This war touched any citizen, any person in the world. Even if some of them don't understand this now, they will understand this in the future. And it's our joint responsibility, not only before the victims and survivors of this war of aggression, to ensure their measure of justice for the crime of aggression committed by Russians. It's also our obligation before future generations, because you're absolutely right, both of you, that Nuremberg trials ensured long-lasting peace in Europe for decades. Now we have a gap in international system of law and order. We need to fill in this gap and to ensure long-lasting peace for Europe and for global level after this war. And proper international tribunal for the crime of aggression will also play a deterrent factor for any future aggressor who could try to become an aggressor in any part of the world. And I would also add, it's not only our obligation before the victims and survivors of this war, not only our common obligation before the future generations, it's our obligation commemorating all victims of the previous wars and conflicts who didn't receive their measure of justice. We don't need to forget about them. And only united, we will reach this goal. I firmly believe in it. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much.
Very, very powerful. I remember visiting with a Ukrainian soldier last time I was in Ukraine. He said, "We're fighting for you. We're fighting for the free world." And they are. Chair now recognizes Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for convening this extraordinarily important hearing. And Mr. Procurator General, thank you for your leadership, your testimony. 78,000 war crimes, I mean, that is outrageous. And the fact that the ICC only just a few weeks ago finally brought action against 2 individuals, as you said, the so-called Commissioner for Children's Issues and, of course, Putin, in a very, very narrow but important area of focus, to me speaks volumes of the lack of response by the international community when it comes to accountability. A year ago, on March 8th, I chaired a hearing of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission talking about the need for accountability and bringing a resolution to the United Nations that would do what? Not at the Security Council, but in the General Assembly, to have a tribunal on the war, crime of aggression. I asked and I introduced a resolution within a couple of days of that, asking that the administration use its voice and vote at the UN, and any country in the UN can bring such a resolution to bring this war of aggression tribunal into existence. I had David Crane, the procurator, the man who prosecuted war crimes against Charles Taylor, at a hearing a year ago, And he said the General Assembly could create this. It could do it immediately. You're not going to get it to the Security Council. It'll be vetoed by China and by Russia. But it can happen in the General Assembly. So I think, especially based on your incredible work that you're doing, the world has to unite behind such a tribunal. That fact that only 2 people, they're not the only 2 are responsible. You know, even Lukashenko perhaps should be included in that list, but certainly all of these generals and the people that are on the ground committing these horrific war crimes need to be named, indicted, and then brought to trial, like you said, with the War Crimes Tribunal at Nuremberg. So I would ask you, again, all of us, to redouble our efforts to create such an ad hoc tribunal. You know, you look at the ICC, 20 years of existence, over 20 years, they've had 10 convictions. They don't have a stellar track record. I'm glad they've done what they've done, but they don't have a great track record, and they do it very narrowly. They should have done this immediately. We were calling for that. I was calling for that. That's the reason why I had the hearing and the resolution. And so I just would call on all of us, and I know you're doing the hard work. You know, it shouldn't be the country that's being so horribly and cruelly mistreated fall to you to be the accountability mechanism, and yet you're doing it. So following your inspiration, we need an ad hoc tribunal, and we need it now. And I hope that the administration, ours, or any other country that's concerned, would table a resolution at the General Assembly to establish such a tribunal. Your thoughts?
Thank you so much. Thank you for your absolute commitment to ensure full accountability for the aggressor, including for the crime of aggression. And thank you for your understanding that it should be done internationally with wide range of countries supporting this tribunal. We absolutely agree that one of the ways of establishment of this tribunal could be the resolution of General Assembly of United Nations, which will give the right to the Secretary General of United Nations to sign an agreement with Ukraine and to establish international tribunal. Right. We're standing for this position, and we will proceed our communication with all our partners, friends and allies in order to reach this proper solution for the international tribunal. Coming back to the work with our work with the ICC, I will tell you frankly that the speed of reaction of the prosecutor of the ICC in these cases, in the war crimes committed in Ukraine, is unbelievable. Good. It was nothing before. This case, which was filed by the prosecutor Karim Khan to the ICC, and where ICC issued an arrest warrant, I will tell you, it took us 5 months to prepare this case. This is very speedy manner of work, because we prosecutors, we need to prepare the case. We have no right to lose this case. No one can imagine that it could be happen. That's why we need to be very careful. We have other cases under our consideration. And it's important that in our situation, Ukraine fully cooperated with the International Criminal Court. In some cases before, in the history of the ICC, they tried to overcome the resistance of national authorities. And even the ICC was created for the cases where national government is unwilling or unable to prosecute war crimes committed in their countries. We are willing and we are able. And we are grateful for the ICC that first case they filed before the international, we are grateful for the prosecutor Khan that first case they filed before the ICC is fully complementary in its nature, because we can't prosecute Putin because of his immunity. And this first case includes Putin and Lvova Belova, and other cases will follow, be sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey. We now proceed to Congressman Bill Keating of Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, first and foremost, I want to thank and acknowledge the courage of those witnesses and the representatives who shared their stories this morning. They're commonplace. Last year, I was at the border of Ukraine and met with people on the ground that are assisting these victims. And I'd like to acknowledge the work that they are doing, risking their lives to help these victims as citizens of Ukraine as nonprofits, citizens of Ukraine working together. You know, as a former district attorney, I've listened to stories of so many victims of the most heinous crimes, and I know the scars and the trauma that they leave behind, and I also know the importance of obtaining justice for those going forth on these unthinkable crimes, and also the importance of swift action while this is taking place. And I commend you for a terrific job that you're doing in this regard, a hard job of doing this so quickly with urgency, because that'll serve as a deterrence while this war continues for other people committing these acts of atrocity. For our witnesses earlier this morning, for the thousands of individuals living in Ukraine who've been victims of these atrocities, we must hold the Russian war criminals. That's what they are. We must hold them accountable. Prosecutor Costin, thank you for being here again today. In September of last year, as chair of the subcommittee, you were a witness again. I had the privilege of hearing you testify, and to help us better understand the atrocities that are occurring, the human rights abuses that have been committed by Russia. We've met several times, including yesterday, talking about what we can do going forward. And I thank you for this special relationship, and I will continue to work with you on this. One of the issues that we worked on together is what's been spoken about this morning, the crime of aggression. Based on these discussions that we've had, I introduced House Res 81, calling on the President to support the creation of a special tribunal for the punishment of crimes of aggression against Ukraine. Today, as you've heard in previous hearings, you again demonstrate a clear foundation of evidence that you've established showing the atrocity of these crimes and for the crime of aggression. And I strongly urge this committee to take up this piece of legislation quickly because it's of its urgent nature. In addition, we've also discussed in detail the situation of child abductions in Ukraine and the atrocities that surround them just disappearing, taking them away from their families. As I mentioned to you yesterday, together with my colleagues in the Ukraine caucus, I've recently introduced legislation, House Res 304, supporting the International Criminal Court's issuance of arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, Russia's Children's Rights Commissioner. What an ironic and sad title that is when you consider her war crimes that she's committing along with Putin himself. This resolution is bipartisan, and I believe it has a strong message to the international community. It's not just about the U.S., it's just not about Ukraine. It's for the international community so that we demonstrate the seriousness which the United States takes these investigations. Given the testimony we heard today, I hope that that legislation is taken very swiftly up by this committee and move forward. I also, with your consultation over this time, introduced the Atrocity Crimes Relief and Accountability Act. A portion of this legislation was included in the omnibus last year. The Ukrainian refugees living in the United States on humanitarian parole can share their stories and support ICC investigations related to war crimes. The omnibus also included a provision encouraging U.S. government efforts to share evidence related to the atrocity of crimes in Ukraine, and I urge all of us to take up that mandate. I realize these things are just small steps going forward, but I'll continue to work with you in that regard. In just the brief time we have, could you share with us, and you did so very forcefully, about the need for acting together on establishing a special tribunal or working with holding Putin and Lvova-Belova accountable. The importance of doing it as a deterrence for current actions on the ground. How can these actions that we do here and the actions that you're doing, prosecuting, save future victims of this, because it'll deter people and soldiers on the ground now?
Thank you, Congressman Keating, and thank you for your constant support during these months of our joint work. I will start with the special tribunal. You know, I think that for the survivors who witnessed today in this hall, it will be a great signal of action, support by action, if Congress will support your resolution on establishment of special tribunal, because this is the need of Ukrainian nation. They all understand, we all understand, that if act of aggression would not have been committed, it saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people who were killed in course of this war of aggression. Let's not forget about our servicemen. Their lives are not protected by the international humanitarian law because they fight protecting their country. But who is responsible for the deaths of our servicemen? Those who started aggression. Let's not forget about our servicemen, about their families, their mothers, wives, children, their husbands. We have a lot of servicemen, women who also were killed. And the only measure of justice for them is to hold aggressor accountable for the crime of aggression. And establishment of this tribunal, it's not only to ensure measure of justice for them, but also it will be a strongest signal to Putin and also to his surrounding, people who support him but who maybe don't want to die with him. It could help to obtain changes within Russia, because everyone in Russia, including, should understand that Putin will be forever war criminal, not only for war crimes, not only potentially for the crimes against humanity and for genocide, but also for the crime of aggression. And this should deter any future aggressor in any other part of the world to start aggression, only if they will see that all countries are united and ready to punish aggressor for the act of aggression. Thank you.
And thank you thank you very much, Congressman Keating. I now recognize myself, and I'm so grateful for the leadership of Chairman Mike McCall and Ranking Member Greg Meeks. You can see this is bipartisan support by our leadership to expose to the American people, to the Russian people, the murderous atrocities of war criminal Putin. Additionally, indeed, it's unprecedented, really, how bipartisan this is, with Congressman Keating and myself and the others who are here today in support of the people of Ukraine for victory. To the survivors of war criminal Putin's mass murder and Prosecutor General Kostin, thank you for being here today. Also, I want to thank Ambassador Oksana Markarova, who has been so effective for the people of Ukraine here in Washington. Your testimony is critical to exposing the heinous acts of war criminal Putin. As chairman of the Helsinki Commission, I was grateful to lead House Resolution 154, recognizing Putin atrocities in Ukraine as genocide, with Ranking Member Steve Cohen. The litany of war crimes, including the forced kidnapping, raping, murdering of Ukrainian children, dictates that we call these actions what they are, genocide. This war, General, is being recorded as no other war has been before. Through videos, cell phones, drones, open source intelligence, satellites, and other digital sources, photographs and reporting are being disseminated through social media, including Telegram. Additionally, with barcode on military equipment for the courageous people of Ukraine, American taxpayers can be assured that there is a tracking of the equipment so that it's not diverted. Intentional diversion can be avoided. International organizations and NGOs are collecting information and evidence and using also artificial intelligence, using facial recognition software for the military who are committing atrocities. What opportunities and challenges do these technologies pose? How can evidence be stored to ensure that it's not corrupted or altered?
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Wilson, for your strong support, and thank you for your question. We return to the issue of how to use all the evidences which are collected electronically and which are stored in different places at the moment, how to use them as a matter of evidence, and how not to lose the cases where we have evidences which are collected on electronically. We have procedures that allow us to use the electronically collected evidences as a matter of evidence in criminal cases. Of course, it's usually should be supported by other evidences collected. We have the cases where only because there were cameras still operating, we have identified perpetrators of the war crimes committed. When Chairman McCall was in Bucha, we showed the video of the case where people were trying to evacuate on 25th of February. And because of the camera still operating, we identified all of the perpetrators, all of the servicemen of Russian army. It was not easy, because you couldn't just use this camera, which is not with a very high quality. But when we tried to use other elements of open source intelligence information, when we looked through their internet.
In general, I want to point out too, with the facial recognition, you can identify the soldiers, and then you'll be able to identify the chain of command.
Yes.
The chain of command, and the Russian military needs to know that they will be prosecuted. A final question for me. Putin's shameful disinformation claims that reports of crimes are faked. The mass murder and rape of Ukrainian women and children by Putin troops is well documented, as you've said. What more can be done for the international community to counter Putin's disgusting narrative? Do you think that the Russian public will ever believe that the crimes were really created and carried out by Russian forces? And on my many visits to Russia, I was so impressed by the people I met there. They're so talented, and I just had such high hopes of the people of Russia. Sadly, though, this week, I joined with the Washington Post supporting the Russian patriot Vladimir Kara-Murza for fighting for a free Russia. How can we communicate with the people of the world, but particularly maybe the people of Russia?
First, I will answer the first question about the evidences of atrocious war crimes. What we did, starting from the appearance in Bucha, we immediately invited and asked all world-known media to join our first police and special forces when they entered the city. We did the same when we liberated Kharkiv region. And as soon as we get information about mass grave in Izium, we didn't dig these mass graves before all journalists who wanted to be present come. And this was done in presence. So this is the best evidence for the world that everything which we are telling is true. For the second question, I'm sorry, was about?
How can we appeal to the people of Russia the truth? And I think, and you just answered it. And so with that, I'm actually happy to now recognize the distinguished congressperson from Rhode Island, Congressman David Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Prosecutor General Costin. It's good to see you again, and thank you for your testimony, and most importantly, for the important work that you are doing and your colleagues to ensure that both the Ukrainian government and the international community seek and obtain accountability for the horrific war crimes that Russia has carried out in Ukraine. And we have all watched, as well as the entire international community has witnessed, Russia launch airstrikes and missile attacks on apartment buildings, a maternity ward, schools, train stations, and other civilian targets. In Bucha and Irpin, journalists and forensic doctors have meticulously documented the horrors carried out by Russian forces, including, as you said, the rape, torture, and execution of civilians. And throughout Ukraine, we have seen Russian forces forcibly deport Ukrainians, including thousands of young children, to Russian-controlled areas. These heinous acts are war crimes, plain and simple, and both the United States and the entire international community have a critical role to play in supporting the Ukrainian government and the international institutions as they work to pursue justice and accountability for all the victims of these horrific atrocities. And so my first question, Mr. Kostin, is, you know, according to UNESCO, more than 240 Ukrainian heritage sites are estimated to have been damaged since the Russian invasion last year, including the Kharkiv State Academic Opera Theater and Mariupol's Museum of Local Lore. And Putin has terrifyingly made culture both a justification and an object of war with Ukraine, with deliberate aims to destroy what it means to be Ukrainian. So my first question is, how can the international community, and particularly the United States, support your efforts with respect to this particular pernicious effort by the Russian government and the Russian forces?
Thank you for your question. We, of course, treat these actions as an element of intentional and potentially genocidal policy of Russian Federation. Our team, we have a special team of war crimes prosecutors who are now concentrated on our structural case of the crime of genocide. And we are collecting evidences together with our state institutions in order to not only to fix the number of cultural heritage destroyed by Russian forces, but also to establish the links between this destroying and some other actions. Like, for instance, we are now establishing, I'm talking about different story, establishing the links between cyber and kinetic attacks on objects of critical civil infrastructure, trying to establish the case of cyber crime as a war crime. So, coming back to the heritage, of course, we will need more expert support because the issue of cultural prosecution and punishment for the cultural genocide is not very well established on a world level. So I will be grateful for expert support in this field in order to check the evidences and to prepare a strong case. And I fully agree with you that this is an act of genocide.
Thank you. And, you know, we passed in the last Congress a piece of legislation called Justice for Victims of War Crimes that Senator Grassley and Senator Durbin and Representative Spartz and I worked on, which would allow us to prosecute people for war crimes if they are in the United States for war crimes they've committed anywhere in the world, which I think will give us an additional tool. But as Mr. Keating was saying, it's so important for the Russian military to see evidence that they will be held accountable if they continue to engage in this really horrific conduct. What can we do right now as members of the United States Congress to support your work and make certain that you are successful as the chief prosecutor in holding both Vladimir Putin and all of the Russian military accountable for their conduct? What can we be doing to be helpful?
I will not repeat the issue of supporting of special tribunal. I have already pointed out this. I would say that the extension or expanding of the cooperation with the International Criminal Court in cases related to the war crimes committed in Ukraine would be also helpful, because we are, as I mentioned, in a very good cooperation with the ICC, and they could need some piece of evidence which could be collected here. And third, of course, we are asking for sharing with us more intelligence information. there are cases of war crimes known globally, worldwide, where we need some information which we can't receive by any other sources. So if we will have more support on sharing of intelligence information for the purpose of making Russia accountable, this, I believe, will be very helpful for the matter of justice.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you, Congressman Cicilline. We now proceed to Congressman Scott Perry of Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Prosecutor General, for being here. It's going to be hard for any of us to hold the sovereign nation of Russia or its leader accountable. We need to try and do that. In the meantime, what we can do is make sure that we are on our best behavior. And as you probably know, in America, yesterday was tax day. Americans are forced to send in their hard-earned dollars, oftentimes for things they don't agree with. It's in total about $30 billion in humanitarian aid that we have sent to Ukraine. And I just want to run through a series of dates and reports for you. In 2011, a report by The Atlantic said that citizens of Ukraine thought that bribes were customary and expected. In 2011, the president of Ukraine stated that bribes and corruption cost the country about $2.5 billion, or 10 to 15% of the country's budget. In 2016, a report indicated that between 38 and 42% reported paying a bribe to access basic public services. In 2022, the former head of the Asset Recovery and Management Agency was charged with embezzling $10.6 million in funds. And in 2022, the National Corruption Bureau of Ukraine observed and noted corruption remained common at all levels in the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. Sir, we want to make sure that all our money is safeguarded and that we're not involved not only in losing that money that the American taxpayer works hard for, but in the corruption itself. And I want to bring another series of events to you. The UK Serious Fraud Office froze $23 million of a guy named Zolchevsky's assets. He was in charge of Burisma. On April 13th of 2014, there was Hunter Biden said the contract should start now, not after the upcoming visit of my guy, his guy being the Vice President of the United States. On April 22nd of the same year, Hunter and Archer said that Ukraine must understand the value of Burisma. And on May 12th of 2014, Hunter Biden said started working for the Burisma board at $83,000 in change per month. On May 12th, Zolchevsky's envoy said, use your influence to combat the Ukrainian government's allegations against Burisma. George Kent from our embassy told the DOJ that Burisma paid $7 million in bribes to prosecutors to kill the investigation into bribes for gas and oil permit license. February 10, 2015, Urema replaced by Viktor Shokin. And then a Soros-funded activist group called the Anti-Corruption Action Center, which is ironic, said that Shokin was not pursuing Zolchevsky, which of course was absolutely not the case, because on February 2nd of the same year, Viktor Shokin issued arrest warrants for Zolchevsky and wanted to seize his assets. And then on February 12th of 2016, President Biden called then President Poroshenko. And then on February 17/18 of 2016, literally 10 days later or thereabouts, Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor general, was fired. May 13th of 2016, Joe Biden, the president now, vice president then, tells President Poroshenko that $1 billion in loan guarantees would be forthcoming. And then in the intervening time, then Vice President Biden went before the Council on Foreign Relations and announced that I told them they had to fire the prosecutor general, or they want to get the loan guarantees. And what do you know? Son of a bitch, the prosecutor was fired. And then on 2020, in April of 2020, Viktor Shokin was formally recorded as the victim of an alleged crime by former Vice President Joe Biden. So, sir, with all of that information, in 2019, one of your predecessors as Prosecutor General announced a reinvestigation into Burisma and some of their high-level employees. The Prosecutor General was reopening and auditing criminal cases that his office believed had been mishandled or that the conduct of the previous offices had not been proper. Since that time, it has been announced that those investigations have been put on hold because of the inability to locate the former CEO of Burisma. But we probably can, and we probably can locate Hunter Biden. Mr. Custon, what is your office's position that Burisma needs further investigation, and will you commit to investigating Burisma to the full extent, no matter what pushback you get, and no matter who you need to call as a witness, including Americans that might be involved in the corruption and malfeasance and loss and theft of taxpayer money in your country?
Congressman, you started with the dates and facts. I will add one date and fact. March 2023. By the decision of GRECO, anti-corruption wing of the Council of Europe, Ukraine is excluded from the blacklist of countries who are not fighting against corruption for our work fighting corruption against members of the parliament, prosecutors and judges.
We congratulate you for that.
Thank you. This is the latest achievement in anti-corruption initiatives. I would also like to mention that in course of coming last months, in addition to the chair of Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, whom I appointed in late July last year, we have already new director of National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine appointed after open selection procedure. And also, High Anti-Corruption Court has elected the president of the court. So all three bodies are equipped with the current leadership. With regard to case you have mentioned, it's not, unfortunately, the topic of our committee hearing. So I am not entitled at the moment to give you more information about this case, as our committee hearing are related to war crimes. And with regard to all financial aid we receive, I have mentioned our two latest achievements on the level on our work against fighting against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Congressman Perry. We now proceed to Congresswoman Susan Wild of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Prosecutor General. I believe that you were just subjected to a diatribe from somebody who didn't actually hear the testimony earlier today, which is a shame. I wanted to ask you, sir, what more can the United States and other countries do to help facilitate the abducted children's return?
I think that we all should be vocal, as I mentioned, every day. Not only the governments of states, I mean not only US but the others, but also maybe you all as a members of parliament who represent American nation. I think that Putin, who is suspect in committing this crime, should feel that he stayed alone. And even governments of some countries who are trying once again to be complementary to him should receive strong feedback, let me use this word, from the other countries, including the US, saying that you can't be neutral with regard to such crime committed by Putin.
I would agree with you on that, and I think that a number of us try very hard to elevate this subject as much as possible. I would also note that the subject of missing, exploited, kidnapped children does not belong in any discussion about political matters such as my colleague just raised. Can I ask you, has the United States assistance to Ukraine been sufficient in specifically, I'm not talking about weapons or anything else, in the efforts to return and reintegrate Ukrainian children?
I let me be very honest. I don't think that we are in a situation that any assistance is sufficient until our children are returned home.
Fair enough.
And what I would like to ask you, because we are trying to find out, to invent maybe other ideas, what could be done. And I'm asking you also to try to help us with this, because we try everything. Maybe you will invent something more.
Thank you. I know that the UN Human Rights Office has played a critical role in documenting children's human rights violations by Russian forces, and they've confirmed 487 cases of children killed, 954 injured, with the actual numbers almost certainly much higher. They've also documented some of the heinous crimes against children that we don't need to go into again right now, but has that been helpful to ensure the welfare of deported children or in helping them to return to Ukraine? Or would your answer be similar to your last one, which is helpful, but nothing's enough until we get them back?
I think, once again, nothing enough. But in this situation, we need as broad support as it is possible. We understand some complexities dealing with UN institutions with regard to UN position, which could be not very strict in some cases with regard to the evidences of war crimes we have. But we commend the work of UN institutions because they help us to
promote awareness.
Yes, to promote awareness and maybe to change approach of those internationally who are still complementary with Putin and his team. Because
let me just stop you there because I have one last question. I only have about 20 seconds left. Can you just address for us, without getting into anything that will endanger anybody, how you go about tracing and contacting Ukrainian children in Russia?
We use different ways, and I can't disclose this information publicly.
Fair enough. I wouldn't want you to do anything like that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you, Congresswoman Weil. We now proceed to the Vice Chairwoman, Ann Wagner of Missouri.
I thank my colleague, Congressman Wilson, for yielding me the time, and I thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for prioritizing this urgent matter. And Prosecutor General Costin, thank you for being here today. The testimony we heard prior to this hearing was devastating, and we are grateful for the work that you are doing to bring war criminals to justice. We cannot rest in our efforts to target all those in Russia who are complicit in the Kremlin's crimes, and it is my belief that culpability for the appalling atrocities that Russia has committed goes right to the very top. Putin and his cronies must pay for the indiscriminate and wanton violence they have unleashed on the Ukrainian people, including women and innocent children, the ill, infirmed, elderly, and the most vulnerable. I did, in fact, travel to the Ukraine-Poland border. It was just over, I guess, a year ago, right, with many members on this committee, including Ms. Wild, as millions of Ukrainian civilians fled Putin's full-scale invasion. We met so many brave children and women making a terrifying journey from everything they had ever known and loved to become refugees in a strange country. And I hope and pray that many of these refugees have been able to return home and begin to put back together their lives in some way, shape, or form. But I have been heartbroken to see the reports that thousands of Ukrainian children have been kidnapped and forcibly deported to Russia. I will tell you, as a mother and a grandmother, this is absolutely chilling. Furthermore, it is genocidal, and I believe that the United States should lead the way in calling out Putin's regime for this unthinkable crimes. You are quite correct, sir, when you say that the world is watching, and I believe that history will judge us. Prosecutor General Costin, as you know, to constitute genocide, there must be a proven intent on the part of perpetrators to eliminate a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Can you provide clear examples of Russia's genocidal intent to destroy the Ukrainian people?
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Wagner, for your question. I don't want to read these quotes of Russians, but I will do it. Putin's former advisor Surkov, quote, "There is no Ukraine, there is Ukrainianism. That is to say, a peculiar disorder of mind surprisingly taken to extremes by a fascination with ethnography. Such bloody local history, a mess instead of a state. There is Borsh, Bandera, Bandura, and there is no nation." Surkov was not only one of the advisors of Putin, he was also involved in negotiations in trilateral contact group, so-called Minsk Agreement, Normandic format, which were held starting from 2014 until.
Have you presented this evidence to Secretary Blinken, and have you asked him to make a genocide determination? And if so, how did he respond?
Not yet at the moment.
I encourage you to do that, and I encourage this committee to do the same. What are your office's most significant challenges in investigating Russian war crimes and their atrocities committed in Ukraine since the full-scale invasion? And what additional U.S. support would most enhance your office's ability to investigate the tens of thousands of allegations of war crimes that you have received and facilitate effective prosecutions?
You know, the most challenging is to identify the perpetrators, especially in cases where the survivors have a physical contact. I mean, if they were forcibly detained, even not about sexual abuse or any torture, even in other war crimes, but where they have they saw these people. But if their people were protected, you know, but their faces were protected, it's not very easy to identify these perpetrators. In some cases, we have identified the military units. We have identified who was the commander of military unit, but we need also to identify the perpetrators. In other cases, like intentional destroying or missile attacks against our critical civil infrastructure,
right.
Some of these attacks started thousands of kilometers far from our border by air forces of Russian Federation, because these missiles can fly thousands of kilometers. And the consequences of these attacks, you know, are in some cases tens of civilians killed, hundreds of civilians wounded. And we need to identify who gave coordinates of the object, who gave the order, and who initially pushed the button.
Well, certainly my time has expired. I appreciate the chair's indulgence, and I would just say this, that the U.S. must provide whatever technical resource support that we can to help you get these prosecutions, and I will yield back. Thank you again, sir, very much.
Thank you. And in this respect, once again, the sharing of intelligence information could be helpful to investigate such cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair Ann Wagner, for your passion. And we now proceed to Congresswoman Dina Titus of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor General, for your very compelling testimony and the people of Ukraine's resistance, resilience, heroism. It's impressed all the world and certainly me and this body. We are hearing a lot, of course, the immediate news is what Russia is doing in Ukraine and the horrendous impact of its human suffering as a result of its war crimes. But, you know, we really shouldn't be surprised, because if you look at the history of Russia, it certainly confirms that they're likely doing it in Ukraine. You look at Mali, you look at Chechnya, you look at Syria, you look at Central African Republic. They've been charged with war crimes in all of those places. So what they're doing now is more immediate and certainly perhaps more involving children, but it's not surprising. This is a long history that they have. I would ask you, what about some of the independent agencies or NGOs? How helpful are they, and what could they be doing? Radio Free Europe, Red Cross, Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, are they there on the ground and being helpful?
First of all, thank you for mentioning Russia as a state who used to abuse and to international law and order. You mentioned actually some jurisdictions where Russia is actively acting against law and order globally using their criminal groups like Wagner Group. And I think that this is a momentum where Europe, Ukraine, and United States, and all of our other allies should be united in order to put an end for such groups like Wagner Group, who are earning money illegally in some countries of Africa and use this money to kill our people in Ukraine and use this money to support those members of Wagner Group who commit war crimes against our prisoners of war, against our civilians on occupied territories. So for this we need to be united. I think it's a momentum to do it. For the question you asked, we have a strongest support from the non-governmental and civil society organizations in Ukraine. We have a group under in my office, which is named the Group of International Experts, where we have 6 directions of activity with regard to investigation and prosecution of war crimes, starting from children, sexual violence, and others, including the protection of rights of media, of journalists who were killed and suffered during this war of aggression. Because we have internationally, we have foreign journalists who were also killed, and we're investigating these cases together with other, my colleagues from other countries. But this group includes more than 40 NGOs and civil society organizations, and most of them are supported by grants from the United States and from European Union countries. And for this makes it possible for them to help us in documenting and prosecuting war crimes, to help to deal with victims and survivors, especially from vulnerable groups. And this work is extremely important. We are communicating with them on a permanent basis. I have a special envoy in my office who is communicating with all our NGOs and civil society organizations. So we are united with them, and their support is very important.
I'm glad to hear that. That's great. Let me ask you about some of Russia's allies, like Belarus. Are they engaged in this too, or should they be held accountable when all is said and done?
We have the citizens of Belarus who are identified as war criminals, and we have cases against them. Even some of them are already finished with conviction. I firmly remember about one case. And we, of course, for us, doesn't matter who from which country war criminal is.
Yeah.
If war crime is committed on Ukrainian land, against Ukrainians, wherever, we indict and we convict all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Titus. We now proceed to Congressman Andy Barr of Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the witness, and I think your testimony here today demonstrates that Russian crimes against humanity in Ukraine, it's not just about supporting the Ukrainian resistance and the sovereignty of the Ukraine as a nation and as a people, but it's also about countering a systematic and widespread attack against civilization. That's what NATO assistance of Ukraine is about. It's about certainly supporting the Ukrainian resistance in defense of the freedom and sovereignty of Ukraine, but it's also a defense of humanity and civilization. And I commend your testimony here today. We know that throughout history, occupations are expensive, and that insurgencies are less expensive. Can you talk about whether Russia is prepared for a long conflict, and whether Russia has the ability militarily and economically to support a long-term occupation of a population that will fight them? And what has been the reaction of supposedly ethnic Russian people in the face of these war crimes in Ukraine?
Could you the last part of your question?
Yeah, so
you mean Russian ethnic people who are citizens of Ukraine?
Right. These supposedly Russian ethnic people, are they resisting? And does Russia have the capability of maintaining a long-term occupation of a population that is resistant to their occupation?
You know, when we are talking about the group of people who are potentially the victim of the crime of genocide, we are talking about Ukrainians as a nation, and doesn't matter the ethnicity of Ukrainians we are talking about. So all Ukrainians, once again, doesn't matter who are they by ethnicity, they are struggling for Ukrainians' sovereignty, freedom, and to liberate our country.
As you investigate Russian genocide, we know that the Chinese are supporting dual-use technology and sanctions evasion by Russia. China is also actively engaging in systematic genocide itself against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang. Are we seeing China transport any surveillance technology or methods that they're using against the Uyghurs to Moscow?
I think it's a more relative question for our intelligence and for our military. From cases we have in my office, I have no information of such scale, but if you have such information and if you share with us, of course, we will start our check.
Let me ask you about sanctions. Following the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the United States sanctioned Vladimir Putin and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Following the 2014 invasion of Crimea, sanctions were levied against 11 Russian State Security Council members. In your opinion, has U.S. sanctions effectively cut off individuals who are enabling and supporting these war crimes? And are there individuals that would be effective to sanction who the United States or the West has not yet sanctioned, and who you believe are responsible for these war crimes?
I think that it's extremely important to proceed with sanctioning Russians. And first of all, I would say Russian banks, Russian nuclear industry, because you all know that Russians' attacks on Ukrainian nuclear power stations, they raise risks globally, and they use it blackmailing practically the world, and the world should be strong in order to resist this blackmailing and sanctioning more on Russian nuclear industry. And I will add, if you allow, it's important, in cases of deportation of Ukrainian children. We have information about dozens or even hundreds of Russian officials, even of lower level, in the regions who were involved in this policy. And sanctioning them will also play deterring effect for the others, for Russian officials who should think before taking part in these war crimes.
Please share with us the identity of those Russian officials so that we can share with Treasury and recommend sanctioning those individuals who forcibly separated children from their families.
We will do it. Thank you.
I yield. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Congressman Barr. And we now proceed to Congressman Colin Allred of Texas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Prosecutor General, for being here today and for your incredibly powerful testimony. We held 3 hearings on this topic in the last Congress, including one where you were a witness, but I am glad that we're holding another one today to make sure that the American people can hear again, and as many times as it takes, what Russia and Vladimir Putin is doing to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. It bears repeating that your office has opened 80,000 investigations into war crimes. The Russians have caused 22,000 civilian casualties. At least 465 children have been killed by them. At least 120,000 civilian buildings have been destroyed in Ukraine. And far worse, as you've detailed today, a planned and systematic use of rape and torture of Ukrainians, the use of sexual violence against Ukrainian women, torture chambers, filmed beheadings, electric shock, severe beatings, forcing Ukrainians to listen to and sing pro-Russian songs, and maybe worst of all, the abduction of nearly 20,000 that we know of Ukrainian children, taken from their families, indoctrinated to erase their Ukrainian identity. I have constituents in Dallas, Texas. I ask them to think of their families. I have a 4-year-old son and a 2-year-old son. There is nothing that I would not do to get them back. And I know you feel the same way. And we support you in that. This, put simply, as many of us have said today, is genocide. So when I hear voices in this Congress or other leaders in this country question our support to Ukraine, I wonder if they've forgotten who we are. We're the United States of America. If we can do something to try and prevent this, to push back against this, then we should. It's who we are. It says a lot about who we are. And I want to, in addition to congratulating the Ukrainian people on your incredible bravery, the way and the skill with which you've used the aid that we've given you, also say that President Biden has done an incredible job putting together an international coalition that has allowed us to get to this point to where I know you will win. I look forward to celebrating your victory. I have a question that's maybe not directly in your area of expertise, but I wanted to ask it because I think it's important to be said here. What do you think the Russian people know about what is being done in their name in Ukraine?
You know, it's quite difficult to answer properly because no one of us know what is in their heads. You know, first week of full-scale invasion, millions of Ukrainians tried to reach their contacts in Russia, relatives, friends, colleagues, trying to reach them directly and saying, look, stop, what are you doing? And very few, very, very few, maybe a tip, smallest tip of the iceberg, of big iceberg, of these contacts were successful. Many of us were shocked because, you know, it were people with whom we communicated for tens of years. And then immediately these people just like changed the other side. So it's quite difficult for me to answer your question, but I will give you my personal suggestion that even members of Russian authorities have not proper information about what's going on on the battlefield. We knew this from the very first meetings at the end of February, when Russia asked for negotiations. And we said that, look, there are a lot of bodies of your servicemen. We are human beings. We are ready to return them back to you for their families to, and they said, you are lying. There couldn't be so many bodies as we mentioned to them. So this is very difficult to understand what is in their mind. But I think that maybe some of them are so deeply inside their propaganda, they're victims of their propaganda, that they even are afraid of hearing the truth.
Yeah.
But this time will come. The greatest tyrannies of the world, in the world history, fall down in one day. And this day will come, and these people will open their ears and will open their eyes to see the truth, to understand that they are also responsible because it was a policy of their country, and they need to take this responsibility.
Thank you, sir. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you very much, Congressman Allred. We now proceed to Congressman Bill Huizenga of Michigan.
Thank you, Prosecutor General, for being here. I'm going to make a statement, and then I have a couple of questions for you. First and foremost, I believe that this is an illegal and very dangerous act that Russia has undertaken here in the past year, and it must be condemned, and I do condemn it. I do want to explore, though, and this is not a differentiation, but I want you to understand that despite some of what my colleagues are saying, not everybody is convinced of the progress that has been made in Ukraine. In fact, this is not a concern that is limited to the United States. You know this. Germany had held back, whether it would be in military or in other areas. People in Switzerland, people in France, people throughout Europe have had to explain to their voters and to their taxpayers where their money is going. That's not anything different than what we have to do here in the United States. In fact, I think it's incumbent upon us to be transparent and open and honest with our own taxpayers where billions of dollars of their hard-earned money is going. And I happen to believe that this is the right direction to go, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't stop explaining and should not stop being transparent about that. Last week, I happened to be in Switzerland and in Geneva. I met with the International Red Cross, the ICRC. I met with folks from the Human Rights Commission as well as for the Commission on Refugees, exploring what was going on, what has been the European response, what has been the U.S. response. Certainly, the relationship that the Poles have shown, Ukraine has been almost second to none, it seems, right, as they've been accepting refugees. I'm pleased to hear, and I think many of us are pleased to hear, about the progress that has been made on these accusations of corruption within Ukraine. Frankly, I think Ukraine deserves, Ukraine deserves that explanation to the world. And that is why you went through the efforts that you did in Brussels and in Europe, explaining what has gone on. So please don't understand or misconstrue this, or please don't accept some of the rhetoric that is out there that somehow if you question this and want documentation that somehow that's anti-American or anti-Ukrainian. That certainly isn't the case. Along the lines with the ICRC, that was a fascinating meeting to have and to hear the heartbreaking testimony that we heard earlier today about these children, especially that have been taken from Ukraine. And I heard one of my colleagues throw out a 20,000 children number, but do you have a more accurate count of how many children have been taken from Ukraine?
The number is changing every day, so it's close to 20,000, of which only 361 returned home.
Okay. And I fully understand why you don't want to go into the mechanisms and the methods of how you are reaching out. I'm wondering, though, are there international organizations like ICRC, which is responsible for connecting official POWs, prisoners of war, but are they involved, or are any other international NGOs involved with helping to try to make those connections?
You know, they should be involved because it's their primary obligation. And we, as a governmental agencies, are in full contact with the ICRC. The only problem is the result. So we are in close contact with everyone. And the ICRC, as one of the organizations which is entitled to help in all humanitarian layers, all humanitarian dimensions for the people who suffered from war.
Are there any others, Human Rights Commission or other
yes,
NGOs?
Of course, all others, human rights commissions from the United Nations.
What can we do to help bolster that request?
I think that these organizations have a unique opportunity to talk and to meet Russians, Russian authorities, and they could raise their voice to Russian authorities as a matter of returning our children back. I think it could be a good start for them. And they have full opportunities to help us with this, and we are in contact with them.
Great. And I know my time has expired. I just want to hear very briefly your commitment to make sure that ICRC and other organizations are being granted access to Russian POWs, much as you would rightly demand that ICRC and others are having access, constant access, not just periodic or one-time sort of access to Ukrainian POWs that might either be in eastern Ukraine or in Russia.
We have sufficient legislation and sufficient procedures which enable ICRC to visit prisoners of war of Russia which are held in Ukrainian facilities. If I will know any problem, let them contact me and we will sort it out.
I appreciate that, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the gentleman if he could allow me 20 seconds to respond at this time.
The gentleman yield 20 seconds?
Sure, I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to clear the air. This committee, and I apologize to the Prosecutor General, you weren't here in this committee 2 weeks ago when we had a hearing, but the rest of us were. It was clear. We had the Inspector General's reports and evidence from the State Department, from USAID, and from the Department of Defense, and a third party, Deloitte accounting firm, all looking at all the monies that were expended by American taxpayers. And that money was, their report was, it was spent with responsibility, full accountability, and there was no evidence to the contrary. I yield back to Mr. Phillips, and thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the recognition. I'm disgusted and I'm horrified. I've served in this institution for 4 years, and today changed me. Horrified and disgusted by what I saw on that screen, the video of the atrocities. Horrified and disgusted by listening to the most heartbreaking testimony I've ever heard by survivors of Vladimir Putin's war crimes. And frankly, horrified and disgusted that a colleague of ours on this esteemed committee would inject Hunter Biden in today's discussion. It's sickening, it's disrespectful. This is not about Hunter Biden, this is about Vladimir Putin, it's about genocide, it's about depravity, and it's about war crimes. And that's why we're here. And to the survivors that we heard from today and to the people of Ukraine, I want to assure you that on a very bipartisan basis, I assure you, that these barbaric acts have no place in the civilized world, and the United States will be your steadfast partner in bringing Russians, the war criminals in Russia, to justice. That's why we're here today, and I ask and invite and encourage my colleagues to focus on that. Mr. Costin, thank you for being with us. I would like to ask a question about the Wagner Group. As the ranking member of the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia Subcommittee here in Congress, I've seen Wagner mercenaries commit horrific abuses and war crimes throughout the Middle East for years. They're doing it again, I believe, in Ukraine. They're essentially agents of the Russian state, I think we'll all agree. So my question is, are their war crimes also an extension of the Russian government?
Once again, I'm sorry, are there war crimes?
Are there war crimes, Wagner war crimes,
yes,
extension of the Russian government policy?
Yeah,
in your
I
estimation.
understand. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for your words of support, and thank you for your questions. This is actually the matter of some of our investigations, because you know that they are very careful in how to say, hiding the financial roots and their relations between their groups in Africa, in some other countries. We know about Caribbean now at the moment, and their actions in Russia and in Syria and now in Ukraine. So for that, I asked for the very comprehensive and unified joint efforts in order, because we need to not only to fight against them, to put an end to their actions, but also to find evidences, enough evidences that they are the part of Russian governmental machine as one of its proxies. For that, once again, we need support on the level of investigation, prosecution, and findings on also financial level.
Have you found coordination between the Russian military and Wagner?
Yes, for on the battlefield, of course, their military part, they are just the part of Russian regular army. So they are coordinated by the same military command. But we are also talking about the other part of Wagner, not only which are used on the initial battlefield, but the other part which is involved in committing war crimes against our prisoners of war, against our civil population on occupied territories. So there are several angles of their activity.
Thank you, sir. My time is running out. I just want to encourage this committee and this institution and this country and the entire free world to employ what Franklin Delano Roosevelt referred to as the arsenal of democracy, to ensure that not only does Ukraine survive but thrives, and that we pursue every single war criminal in this world. We will not rest until we do so. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Ms. Young Kim.
Thank you, Chairman, for holding this hearing and for arranging this opportunity to hear from survivors of Russian war crimes. Hearing those testimonies from our witnesses was really heartbreaking, and my heart breaks for the victims, and I join my colleagues in demanding accountability. Mr. Costin, thank you so much for joining us today and answering these questions, but I want to ask you first, of the approximately 80,000 investigations that have been opened, how many of those are that your office have been able to prosecute to the final verdict as of today, since the start of the full-scale invasion?
For the more than 80 or about 80,000 incidents of war crimes which we registered at the moment, we have identified 310 potential perpetrators and we informed them about suspicion. We have finished cases against 152 potential war criminals. So their indictments were sent to courts. And up to date, we have 30 one Russian war criminal convicted by Ukrainian courts in course of this war.
That is, you have a lot of work there. I mean, there are crimes being committed against humanity. We want to see justice, and especially as we heard these testimonies and hearing you detail the stories of rape and sexual violence against Ukrainian women, and especially against girls, it's heartbreaking. And so, how many of those cases involve sexual violence against women, and how many of those cases have your office been able to prosecute, and are these numbers reflective of the true number of victims of sexual violence at the hands of the Russians? You've only identified 31 out of the 80,000 that you're investigating. 310 identified, 152 potential, and you said 31 committed by Russians. We look, I mean, it's a very small number that so far that's been identified compared to what we are seeing.
The issue, I mentioned 31 cases which have conviction verdicts of courts. And some of them are held in absentia because we have identified the perpetrators. We have full set of evidences, but we can't wait if we someday will capture them. But the procedure of cases in absentia is a little bit longer because of procedural limitations. So I think that in course of this war, to convict already 31 persons, where in many cases it's very difficult for us to identify, is the result which is respected actually by Ukrainians.
Sure.
We have thousands of the war criminals whom we identified, but we have no full set of evidences. That's why I'm asking also for intelligence information. And I could comment on conflict-related sexual violence if you wish. We have.
Sure, yes, let's do that. But I do want to talk about the other areas of, since the beginning of the war, Russia has intentionally targeted apartment buildings, playgrounds, malls, train stations, schools, where Ukrainians were trying to flee the fighting. And they show no regard for the lives of women and children. And it even bombed a building where there was a clear word written, children, right? It was so large, so bold that you can see it from the satellite in space. These are war crimes, plain and simple. So what do you believe is Russia's goal in terrorizing Ukrainian civilians this way?
You know, this war shows that Russia, many of Russians, they are dehumanized. This is maybe the only possible explanations why are they so brutal. Because when I spoke with the survivors, you met only 2 of them today. We meet with others. And you can't understand absolutely why they are doing this. Maybe just because they want to destroy Ukraine as a country and as a nation. Maybe they have been told that people in Ukraine are waiting for them. And when they understand that this is not the true, they start to kill, they start to torture, they start to do, I mean, bombing this theater. And this was a bomb you mentioned even from satellite, but this was bombing on a very low height, so that the pilot of this aircraft could see by his eyes that it's children, дети, and in Russian and in Ukrainian. So I heard, I suppose it was even written in Russian, дети, yes, by Russian letters. Yeah, so for me it's very difficult to understand why are they behaving like this. The only possible explanation is that they just want to erase Ukraine and Ukrainians from the land, because they're the same patterns, the same conduct, which we all saw in first months of war in Kiev region, in Bucha, Irpin, and others. And this was world known. And when we saw the same after liberation in Kharkiv region in September, and we saw the same cases, May, June, July, August, September, and then Kherson, November, and then our brave and courageous survivor today, this crime was committed against her January this year because she was still on the occupied territory of Kherson region at that time. So 1 year, same conduct. Even if they know that these war crimes were committed by their servicemen, by their people before, they proceed to do it, even knowing that all the world is condemning such brutal behavior. So maybe because they really want to kill all of us.
It's just heartbreaking to hear this. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I know we went way over our time. I yield back.
But it was well worth it. Chair now recognizes Ms. Sarah Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Prosecutor General, thank you for being here and testifying, and thank you to you and your team for all your hard work. I know it's not easy to hear these stories day in and day out and to see all of this evidence, so we really do want to say thank you for everything that you and your team are doing, and please take that back to them. As all my colleagues have said, the war crimes we've heard about today and that we've read about in the news are horrifying and gut-wrenching. And, you know, we know there have already been over 22,000 civilian casualties and about 17.6 Ukrainians who are in need of humanitarian assistance. And we know that the war is still going on. And as everyone here has said today, accountability and justice is so incredibly important. That's why I'm supportive of the ICC investigation into the war crimes that are happening. And actually, last Congress, I introduced and was able to get legislation passed that allows the U.S. to provide support to that ICC investigation. But we know that support hasn't happened yet. And I was wondering if you could talk to the importance of the ICC investigation and why international support, and especially U.S. support, is so important.
Thank you for this question. You know, once again, when I met first time with Karim Khan, it was just few weeks upon my appointment. It was in August or beginning of September. And when we talk about our cooperation, I understand that he is very committed. I understand that his team is very strong. And when we started to also to prioritize the cases, and when we choose this case of deportation of children as a matter of priority, but there are many others, we understand that we will have the result we have at the moment. First in history, the incumbent president of permanent member of Security Council is named as alleged war criminal. I understand how is important this support, because the level of attention, the level of awareness to war crimes which are prosecuted by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court is much higher than what for some cases which are prosecuted by us on the national level. I already mentioned the complementarity role of the ICC, but we discussed this with Karim, and I'm ready even to transfer the cases to the ICC, which we can finalize internally, because there are cases about war crimes which are world known, and the survivors of these cases are, from my point of view, should receive their matter of justice even on international level. And we will fully cooperate with the team of Karim Khan. We even declared, or publicly announced, that we create task forces for specific war crimes which could be later transferred to the ICC. So in this respect, full support to all endeavors of the ICC. Please know that if you support the ICC, you're supporting us.
Thank you, and I hope that those who are standing in the way of that assistance getting transferred hear what you have to say today. Really quickly, given the numerous organizations and actors currently documenting atrocities, how is your office preserving the chain of evidence and ensuring the documentation is viable? What more can the U.S. do to help you with that process and also to help make sure that the survivors and potential witnesses are getting everything they need to be able to provide the kind of testimony you need?
First of all, once again, we need IT solutions in order to not to lose any piece of electronic evidence, digital evidence we have. This is now one of the most strategic issues I'm dealing with. With regard to witnesses, victims, and survivors, of course, we have changed approach to prosecution, for instance, of conflict-related sexual violence crimes. I have changed the strategy of investigation of these crimes. All our work now is survivor-centered. We use the principles of the Murad Code, and we train internationally, also train our investigators and prosecutors how to communicate with the survivors of sexual violence. This is one of the matter of my priorities, and I just go ahead. The issue is that the survivors from vulnerable groups, they need much more care and treatment, not only protection on and their support for the matter of justice for them, but also as a matter of their care for psychological support, financial even support. We are dealing with these cases in Ukraine, and usually we have support from NGOs and from also state institutions. Some of these projects are supported by the First Lady, who is personally dealing with shelters for the victims and survivors of the sexual violence crimes. So we have a system, but even if in some case we will need and we will think that it will be important for these victims and survivors to feel even safer than they are, maybe transferring them to the other countries would be a proper help for them.
Got you. Well, thank you again for all of your work, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Kathy Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the brave victims for sharing their heartbreaking stories, and I want to thank you, Prosecutor General Costin, for the extraordinary work that you're doing. Yesterday, people around the world observed Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Memorial Day, a day to remember and honor the victims of the most well-organized, efficient, and effective genocide in history, and to repeat the vow, never again. And yet, we sit here today and hear about horrific atrocities that are being inflicted on innocent people, on children, by another tyrant, and ordinary men who have become monsters under his direction. We cannot sit idly by. We must reiterate the vow, never again, and we must make sure the world knows about these ungodly atrocities, and we must hold the perpetrators accountable. Mr. Costin, thank you for the difficult work you are doing to try to hold these people accountable. We know that the ICC has indicted Vladimir Putin, as well as Maria Lvova-Belova, Russia's Commissioner for Children's Rights, for overseeing the horrific abduction and forced adoption of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children. It is unthinkable. As a mother, I can barely stand to hear what has been going on. So, which other leading Russian military officials or others do you think should be included on this list?
Thank you for your words of support, and thank you for your question. We are investigating cases against many Russian officials of all of the levels. And of course, we are not only investigating and prosecuting cases related to deportation of children together in coordination with the ICC. There are a lot of other cases. I can't tell you at the moment the names, but for some cases we already reached the commanders of very high level who orchestrated the atrocities committed in Kyiv region, cities like Bucha, who orchestrated and who commanded the missile attacks against civil buildings, multi-storied residential buildings, which caused more than 100 civilians killed in 3 cases. Because we found that these 3 attacks, which were held in Dnipro, the Vinnytsia, Sergeyevka, which is near Odessa, and the M-Store Mall in Kremenchuk, where people were inside the mall at that time, they used the very quite rare type of missile, which is in possession of only one military unit in Russia. And we informed on suspicion the commander of this unit of very high level. So we are going ahead and we are moving. And in this respect, in order to establish the command chain, we extremely need more intelligence information to be used for our cases.
Thank you. And we think it's important that everyone who has been part of committing these atrocities be held accountable. Following orders should not be an excuse, and we need to make sure that all of these people are held accountable, and thank you for your work in pursuing that. Mr. Costin, last June, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Eli Rosenbaum, who is well known for tracking down and prosecuting World War II Nazi cases, as head of the new DOJ War Crimes Accountability Team in Ukraine. Can you talk about his cooperation with your office and whether there is precedent for prosecuting those responsible for Russia's unprovoked invasion for the crime of aggression?
I'm really grateful for Eli and his team for work they're doing. I would say that my colleagues are in daily contact with Eli and his team. And the experienced professionals from Eli team not only help us with advice, we are also dealing with specific investigation of specific war crimes, not only in relation to Ukrainians, but also against the citizens of the United States. So we are in very close cooperation, and I'm really grateful for Eli and his team for this level of support.
Thank you again for all of your extraordinary hard work. We are so appreciative. My time has expired. I yield back.
Julie yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a very long day. I would like to just kind of ask a few things, if I may, which is, would a decision by the United States to designate the Wagner Group a foreign terrorist organization assist your efforts to hold accountable its members who have committed atrocities in Ukraine and support your efforts?
I think I fully support this idea. I have already mentioned this in my address. I think it's not only about holding them accountable for war crimes committed, it's also about to prevent the other potential war crimes which could be committed not only in Ukraine but worldwide. This designation of Wagner Group as an international terrorist organization could help all of us to stop the activity of this organization, which raise a lot of risks not only to Ukraine, but also to many other countries of the civilized world. You know that they are not only in Africa, they're not only in Asia, they're now in Caribbean, and I know that this, I believe that response should be unified. For us, it will be extremely helpful because they will, the consequences will mean that they will have more difficulties in financing their operations in Ukraine, and it will save lives of our people.
That's exactly right. And as you mentioned, they're not just in Ukraine, and they have started to get a foothold in Caribbean, and especially there in Haiti, which is very close to the American borders that we need to be considering. And I do look at them very much in the same way that I look at the IRGC or the Quds Force, who is being utilized as proxy militias across the nation to not only look at trying to build up foreign internal strategies to fight against Americans or to fight against those of that nation, but really to be a mercenary group who is there to do nothing but terrorize and murder. So I appreciate your answer very much, and I hope that we can support in that effort. During the past year, more than 33 verdicts were issued for high-level corruption, in addition to hundreds of investigations and dozens of indictments. What kind of progress has Ukraine made in implementing the rule of law reforms set forth by the EU last June as preconditions for negotiations, and has your fight against corruption advanced the rule of law in furthering these conditions?
Thank you for your question. Of course, you know, we have priorities during wartime. And the priorities of my office, of course, are investigation and prosecution of war crimes, fighting against collaborators and traitors, and fight against corruption. In my inaugural speech before the parliament last June, I pointed out that Ukraine has two enemies: external, Russia and its proxies and its collaborators, and internal corruption. And we need to win both fights. Immediate upon my appointment as a prosecutor general, I appointed the chair of specialized anti-corruption prosecutor's office. What we have during last months, we have appointed new director of National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine after successful open selection process. The High Anti-Corruption Court has elected their president. They were trying to do it within last year. They are independent. They needed to elect, so we have all three bodies equipped with their chairs. In March this year, Greco, as an organization of the Council of Europe, has excluded Ukraine from the blacklist of countries which are not fighting against corruption for our joint efforts combating corruption in high-level officials, including members of the parliament, judges, and prosecutors.
Well, I really appreciate that you're paying such close attention when it comes to the prosecution and the continuing investigations into the corruption that is going on in Ukraine. I want to follow up with this, noting that one of your predecessors, the prosecutor general, was removed when he was investigating a company that is well known called Burisma. Will you be looking into opening that investigation again and ensuring that any type of corruption that Burisma was involved in, that it would be adequately processed, reviewed, and if need be, prosecuted with reports back to the United States if there was any of our personnel who were involved?
I have already answered this question during this hearing. This is not a topic of our discussion, and I have already answered your question about our fight against corruption, and I can give you more examples. But our hearings are related to war crimes, and I will concentrate my answers on this topic, if you allow.
With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Prosecutor General, thank you for being here today. For more than a year, the world has borne witness to the atrocities committed by Russian forces to carry out Vladimir Putin's unjust and inhumane war. Many of these atrocities take place far from the battlefield. Russian forces at the direction of the Kremlin have targeted civilian shelters, even hospitals, and refugees seeking safe harbor. They've kidnapped thousands of children, separating them from their families, caretakers, and country, all to try to erase their Ukrainian identity. They have raped, tortured, and massacred thousands of innocent Ukrainians. These kinds of acts defy humanity, they're barbaric, and they're carried out by cowards who are losing this war to a proud and patriotic people. The United States stands with the people of Ukraine who have a right to seek justice for the horrific war crimes committed against them. Without justice, without accountability, there can be no true healing. Mr. Kostin, your office, the Office of Prosecutor General, has identified over 70,000 incidents of war crimes and other atrocities in Ukraine resulting from Russia's invasion. Given the huge scale of the challenge at hand and your finite resources, how do you prioritize which crimes to investigate?
Thank you for your question. Of course, we prioritize, and many of the numbers of incidents of war crimes which are registered are the cases where private property is destroyed or damaged. And I encourage people to register these cases, because even if there is a missile attack, and if it could be, like a miracle that no one suffered or no one is killed, but it could be like hundreds of apartments are damaged or destroyed. In order for these people, these civilians, to receive then compensation or reparations, they need to prove that this damage was caused by the war crime. That's why substantial number of these cases are cases about the destroying and damaging of civil property, but prioritizing, of course, the cases where civilians are killed. Of course, all missile attacks. Of course, cases where civilians were tortured, raped, humiliated, forcibly deported. So any type of war crime where civilians harmed are our priority.
What resources or expertise can the United States and other partners provide to support the investigation and prosecution of war crimes committed in Ukraine?
First of all, we need political support. That's why I'm here, and support to establish special tribunal for the crime of aggression as a leadership crime. Support to all of our endeavors on international level. It's not only about actually the ICC. It's also about more than 20 countries who opened their national investigation with regard to war crimes committed by Russia, including the Department of Justice of the United States. And we're dealing with our colleagues here with regard to specific war crimes. They are helping us to investigate. And, of course, the equipment we have already in place. We have, last year, we have not only created war crimes department in my central office, we have opened war crimes departments in 9 offices, which are regional offices, which are close to the crime scenes. With the help of our partners, equip them with all necessary equipment. What we need, a part of IT solutions I mentioned, we need forensic equipment. We need DNA laboratories, much more than we have now. We need modern forensic equipment which will simplify and speed up the process of investigation. And as a matter of building new prosecutors' offices and new prosecutorial services, which would be victims and survivors oriented and centered, we need rebuilding of more than 100 regional offices of my service on the territories which were under occupation. This will be also a strong signal to Ukrainians that prosecutors are close to them and they're ready to help.
All right, thank you for that thorough answer. My time is up, so I will yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prosecutor General, thank you for being here with us. First and foremost, the Kremlin's war on the Ukrainian people is a genocide. Let's call it what it is. Russia has launched attacks against Ukrainian civilian populations, targeting homes, schools, hospitals, and other residential gathering areas. Russian troops have committed mass murder, such as the massacre in Bucha, and they have admitted to raping Ukrainian women to prevent them from having any more children. Under Putin's orders, Russia has committed a targeted ethnic cleansing of the Ukrainian people, unfortunately qualifying this abuse as genocide under Article 2 of the UN's Genocide Convention. How has the Ukrainian government responded to this genocide, and what can the U.S. and international community do to make this designation official?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. We have opened a structural investigation on the crime of genocide in my office. We, of course, understand that on international level, the International Criminal Court has jurisdiction over Russian Federation and its perpetrators with regard to the crime of genocide. The other international venue could be the International Court of Justice. We all understand and we very carefully examine all previous experience of cases of genocide and making perpetrators liable or accountable for the crime of genocide on international level. Previous cases of the ICC and former international tribunals. We have a great team of experts at the moment who help us to build the case of genocide. My personal understanding as Prosecutor General, we have no right to lose such case. That's why we need to be 150% prepared for such case. For that, we will need a substantial support. First of all, we all understand that we are talking about crime, which is a legal issue. We are talking about evidences, which is the legal issue, and you can help us with collecting these evidences, and your experts are working with us, and they will be more with the support of your agencies. What we will need is political support, because for many lawyers, it's important to feel that they are not alone, that they are backed by politicians, not only by their words, but their words backed with the arguments, some of them you have already mentioned. So political support on the level of parliaments is extremely important. Political support dealing with international organizations like UN commissions, like others, in order to send a signal that the crimes committed by Russians, by Russian officials against Ukrainians have the element of genocide. I absolutely agree with you. This is a genocide. Even the case of forced deportation of Ukrainian children and their adoption in Russia is the genocide in its nature. But we need to be more prepared, and the political support is extremely important in this case.
I appreciate your answer. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry established by the UN to examine the conduct of Russia's war in Ukraine found that Russian troops committed atrocities against Ukrainian children, including rape, torture, and unlawful confinement and abductions. This is obviously disturbing and atrocious in nature, and it's unacceptable. Almost equally disturbing is Russia's forced deportation of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children into Russia. Obviously, we've talked about that throughout this hearing. What is it that you would like the international community to do to assist you in your efforts on that?
I would support the procedure of the work of UN commissions, including the Commission for Inquiry, and if they will also concentrate on the cases of genocide, because they have such experience which could be useful and important for our investigations. And
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Madeline Dean is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, for holding this hearing. And thank you, Prosecutor General Costin, for your testimony, for the powerful testimony of the victims whose voices were lifted here earlier this morning. More importantly, thank you for your work and the work of all of your team. We are with you. The United States is with you. And your purpose here is solid, to shine a light on this series of war crimes, that maybe this will be elevated appropriately to be called what it is, genocide. We must be with you. And I'm very proud of the United States for being a part of what is now more than 50 nations, civilized nations who recognize the threat to you, to your civilians, to your soldiers, to your citizens, to your sovereignty is our fight. It is our fight. We use an expression here, Prosecutor General, called "I associate myself" with the words of my colleagues. So I associate myself particularly with the powerful opening words of both the ranking member and the chair. I do not associate myself with some of the lines of question that had nothing whatsoever to do with war crimes that you are telling us about, that you are illuminating, unspeakable, soul-crushing crimes. I do not associate myself with those who come in for a political stunt, clearly didn't hear the testimony, and leave the room. Having said that, I don't want to force you to repeat things, but maybe, I know I was running to a vote and I heard that you were talking about survivor-centered approach. Could you tell us a little bit more? I'm particularly thinking about the children, the 361 who have been brought home. How do we help them? How is Ukraine beginning, the world beginning to help them? And of course, we have to get the others home, as well as the women and girls who have been tortured, who have been raped, and the families who have suffered that and even more. What is a survivor-centered approach?
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your words of support. The survivor-centered approach means that all our investigators and prosecutors should change their approach from the inherited Soviet-style repressive system, where the main aim of the law enforcement agencies is to find the criminal, to capture, and to send him or her to jail. Whereas the interests of the victims and survivors were, in many cases, somewhere aside. And starting from sometimes, people just start to forget about them. But we understand that the victims of this war and the stories you heard today, the video which has been shown today, it really opened hearts of any human being in order to help, to support, to assist, to protect them. And this is a unique moment, not only for the survivors of war crimes, but at large to all Ukrainians, that in peacetime after the war, and maybe even in course of war, the victims and survivors of all crimes should feel that if their rights are breached, that their interests will be in center of attention of the government, namely law enforcement agencies and prosecutors. That's why during my last visit in January, I have a meeting, one of the meetings with the team of Mary Garland in Department of Justice, and they introduced me their approach to victims and survivors. And I immediately took this, brought this back home, and we now have already a concept note on coordinating our communication with victims and survivors. As a pilot project, we will use this approach vis-à-vis victims and survivors of war crimes. But my idea is to extend it to all victims and survivors of all crimes, to change the philosophy of criminal justice of Ukraine for the sake of Ukrainian people. We are now starting process of selection of the people who will coordinate communication with victims and survivors. We will go through trainings of these specialists with the help of our international friends and allies. And I hope this will be for the sake of all Ukrainians.
Well, I thank you for that, because my next question was going to be to follow up. You said the Department of Justice, Merrick Garland, has provided, in your words, unprecedented support. And clearly, that's one example. I don't know if there are others you are able to talk about, but I will say that we will continue to press in appropriate ways to say we must continue to support you, Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine. I have very little time left. What have you not been able to convey to us? You've conveyed things so very powerfully, but is there anything else you wanted to add?
You know, last time I was asked at some occasion in the United States, what is the most important request from you, the most important message? And usually my colleagues start, of course, with weapons and ammunition, humanitarian and financial support, support for our all endeavors to seek justice. I said, no, I will start with something else. The main thing we need is unity. If we will have unity, we will have ammunition, we will have financial support, we will have humanitarian support, we will have support on the level of people to each other. And unity, from my view, means that we will stand together nevertheless, even if we are not 100% satisfied about each other. We will stand together until we win in both of these fights. Fight for our territorial integrity and sovereignty, and fight for justice for all victims and survivors of this war. So my word is unity.
Unity. Slava Ukraini. Slava Heroes.
Героям слава. Дякую.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I really appreciate you being here today. The testimony was moving to me. War is a terrible reality. I just returned from Ukraine about a week ago. I was able to firsthand see the pictures, hear the stories, but there's nothing like hearing from people who have witnessed it firsthand. There's no way I can epitomize what you all have been through firsthand, and the stories that with raw emotion are told in front of us absolutely make an impact. So, and I know that takes a lot of bravery to share that. So thank you for that, for all the witnesses here today. I will say that the evidence that surprised me, though, is just hearing about how it is kind of a genocide, and that Putin is very much aware of this and very much supports it, and very much this has been widespread, not just individual. In every war, there's bad things that happen. We know this just by history. But to see it widespread and condoned inside of military units really is something that we don't see in modern warfare a whole lot of. So this stands alone. I would make the case that we are not just obligated to you because of a nuclear treaty or because NATO universally voted to support your country, and not even because we should finish what we started, but because we have a moral obligation because of what's happening there, because you've invited us into this, knowing that you're being unfairly treated and, in fact, raped and pillaged, and the degradation of your society is at stake. So I'm with you. With that said, we haven't talked much about Crimea. Now we talked about the rest of Ukraine because that's kind of the more contemporary issue, the thing that we talk about. Have you seen widespread egregious behavior behind that area of Ukraine or what the disputed territory is, people who are tortured and treated in the same unjust fashions as happened in the Eastern Front?
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your words of support. First of all, we have a lot of, I would say, thousands of criminal cases with regard to violation of the human rights of Ukrainian citizens who are still in Crimea. Many of them are representatives of Crimean Tatar population. Many of them are just Ukrainians who don't accept the annexation of Crimea and violation of their rights there. We are doing this starting from 2014. And we have, once again, a lot of cases, and it's quite important maybe to note that the quantity of these cases start to rise during last year. So it means that Russian authorities, occupation authorities of Crimea, they also feel probably that the resistance inside the population of Crimea start to raise up. Maybe because our people who are awaiting return and reintegration, reunification of Crimea with Ukraine and liberation actually of Crimea from Russian occupation forces, maybe they start to feel that this liberation is close.
Okay, thank you. A following question, it's obvious that Iran is involved in this now, and that they're supplying drones to Russia with significant harm to the civilian population as well. As a matter of fact, I know they targeted power. I know they targeted things that support the civilians and actually directly injured civilians. What is the real impact, do you think, of players outside of Russia who are supporting Russia and their impact on things that are terrifying to the civilian populace of Ukraine?
I would say it's direct linkage, because my belief is that without this number of drones which Russia received from Iran, they couldn't execute so massive attacks on critical civil infrastructure from autumn through all winter, trying to terrorize Ukrainian population throughout the country, very far from the active battlefield, to terrorize it, to starve and to freeze. So unfortunately, the impact is direct, and the Iranian drones really caused a lot of damage to Ukraine. Now, with more air defense system, we see that our air defense is more efficient. The last case, which was like yesterday, Odessa, my native city. So our reports was that from 12 drones, 10 were shot. Yes, so this is a good statistics, but on the other side, 2 were hit. So I think that it's important on international level to stop this potential supply. And there is also another angle of this drones history. They are so simple in production. They are so cheap that they should be in center of attention of all of the countries in order not to be used, for instance, for terrorist attacks.
Thank you. I'm out of time, but be strong. Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Дякую.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Prosecutor General, thank you for your testimony today. You have outlined a series of just shocking crimes against humanity, against the Ukrainian people. The kidnapping of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children and their indoctrination in prison camps, the rape and torture of women, the targeting of electrical and water infrastructure to starve and to freeze the Ukrainian people, the use of torture of prisoners, mass executions of civilians, and on and on. These are war crimes. They are genocide. I join my colleagues in calling it what it is. And as several of my colleagues have said, that this is not just a battle for democracy and Ukrainian freedom, but this is a battle for humanity. Right? The question that must be answered here is, what will we allow humans to do to each other? And what will we allow the tyrant that is Vladimir Putin to get away with? The answer must be we won't allow him to get away with any of it. That must be the answer. There's no other alternative here, and I join you and the Ukrainian people and my colleagues in figuring out how we do that. Vladimir Putin has made a big mistake, though. He has underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people because he will not ever break that will. We know that. I have seen that firsthand from my friends in Ukraine. So the question becomes, how do we make everybody, not just Vladimir Putin, accountable for these crimes? Battlefield commanders, individual soldiers, there must be accountability at every level. And to that end, this Congress changed law last year to allow the sharing of information to the International Criminal Court with respect to Russia and Ukraine. It's my understanding that that law has not been fully used yet by this administration, that there is information that has not been put forward. Public reports have indicated that there is information that we have that we could provide that we have not due to some objections by the Department of Defense. What is your understanding as to the state of the sharing of that information, and what objections are you hearing from the U.S. government at this point that might be slowing down the provision of really critical information?
You know, in course of this war, many procedures historically which took months and years before, now in different countries and in different international organizations, now are sorted out within months or weeks. And this is quite a unique situation where we feel as a special element of support that you change your procedures. But in order to get this changed and in order to be it more 100% efficient, it's important to, in parallel, to communicate the need of such changes. I don't want somehow to comment on why internally there could be some resistance in exchanging of information, I mean internally here in the United States. I am ready to communicate and to explain that if this is for the matter of justice on international level to all perpetrators, not only to those who executed these commands, but those who ordered these commands, then it doesn't raise any risk or any concern from the point of view of, like, from the military side. Of course, I can hear arguments because I used to be in communication all this year for different processes. But I think that proper communication, open and honest, will help to break, you know, the ice if it is necessary and if it is important. And once again, I think it is possible to share more intelligence information we need. Because it's not just sharing information, it's just to give answer on our very specific requests. We are trying to deal with this new legislation. Let's see what would be the outcome and the result. I'm optimistic, and I hope that our communication will lead to fruitful results.
Thank you, Prosecutor General. We appreciate your service and your leadership and testimony today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Prosecutor General, for being with us today and for all the hard work that you and your office have been doing since the onset of this conflict last year. As chairman of the Europe Subcommittee, I share Chairman McCall's feelings that it's important for this committee to inform the American public about what is currently happening in Ukraine and to display that many war crimes are being committed by Russian forces in Ukraine. It's important for the American people to know what's being committed by Putin's forces in Ukraine, and that Europe bear witness to the atrocities that have not been seen since the Second World War. It is now more important than ever to see the evidence of the attempted genocide of the Ukrainian people. To follow up on an earlier question on the setting of a special international tribunal, Obviously, that would, regarding aggression, that would obviously have to go before the UN General Assembly. And has your government reached out to any of the people within the UN and other countries to build support for such a tribunal?
Thank you. Thank you for your support and thank you for your question. First of all, the core group of countries who support the creation of special tribunal is expanding, and the newcomer is Costa Rica, which is important. It's country from the Latin America, and we are in constant communication with the members of the United Nations in order to get more support for establishment of special tribunal. For this, I would ask the not only supporting us in by words, but also maybe to share the work with the countries of concern who are not ready to fix their position on the side of international tribunal, so that our friends and allies who are ready to help us in establishing a special tribunal will also deal with some countries where you historically or have more communication opportunities or capabilities. This will be very helpful.
Okay, thank you for that. In 2014, Russian forces invaded Ukraine's sovereign territory for the first time in the Donbas and the Crimea. And they have illegally occupied those areas ever since. During the initial invasion and the 9 years since then, have the Russian forces and their proxies committed systemic war crimes in those regions?
Yes, we have actually our war crimes investigation or war crimes prosecution department of the Office of Prosecutor General was created before. So now we just extend its capabilities because of the number of war crimes committed. But the war crimes which we see now, many of them were committed before on the territory of occupied Donbas and in Crimea.
That was my sense, and thank you for your leadership. I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate your testimony, and I think, it helps the American people understand, the kind of visceral reaction to this war. The fundamental, I guess, principle for human nature is, don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. And if people could just live by that, we would barely even need a government. But since we can't, of course, we've all got them. And as America watched and saw that Russia invaded Ukraine, we know who's hurting people, and you can't get more egregious than taking the whole country. They're taking your stuff, and frankly, they're taking a lot of dignity from people. So thanks for making that real. And of course, we've created this structure called the International Criminal Court to kind of get at the idea that certain things ought to be off limits. Do you believe that every country ought to be subject to the International Criminal Court?
Once again, I'm sorry, do you believe?
Do you believe every country ought to be subject to the rules and principles behind the International Criminal Court?
I think, that it's a sovereign right of any country to take such a decision. We understand that the idea of the International Criminal Court is based on the procedures which were first used at Nuremberg trials. So the ICC is something like a result of Nuremberg trials. The idea of the ICC, so the need of the International Criminal Court, is to step in where national government, national authorities are unwilling or unable to prosecute crimes, especially war crimes.
Right. And so, if you look, obviously Russia is not willing to prosecute war crimes. Are any of your neighbors providing sanctuary to people that you consider war criminals?
We have such information. I don't think that it happens on a massive scale. The problem we have that we can't use, for instance, Interpol for the matter of arresting of the alleged war criminals who committed war crimes, because for their practice says that this is treated like a political crimes, which is not the case in our situation. And but I don't think that there is a massive situation with countries who are giving sanctuary to alleged war criminals.
Okay, so that's encouraging because there are some neighboring countries that are at least providing material aid to Russia rather than to Ukraine.
What countries you mean which provide material aid to Russia than to Ukraine?
Am I wrong about Belarus?
Belarus is Belarus is used by Russia as a matter of place from which they attack Ukraine or use it for their aviation and many other elements of their war. Iran is supplying weapons to Russia. I don't think that.
But you don't think it's a local issue. You think everybody's.
It's not a local issue, of course. This war is a global war, and some countries are on the Russian side. Some countries are actually trying to hide that they are potentially supporting Russia, and if that being known, some of them are changing their attitude.
Yeah.
So this is important.
Yeah, okay, so that's basically what I was trying to get at. And so when you look at, the support that you've built for Ukraine, thanks for fighting courageously against an invasion. The American people were ready to go. I mean, really, from America's perspective, kind of like ready, fire, aim, because normally when we get involved, we set a mission first. When you look at the principle behind these war crimes, how do we get to the point where we actually enforce them in a way where people really can? What it took to get the Nuremberg trials was unconditional surrender for Germany. So do you think that's the end state, unconditional surrender for Russia? Isn't that what it's going to take to hold all of the people accountable for these war crimes?
I used to answer this question many times. My answer is the following. We as lawyers, it's our obligation to prepare everything, to create the case, to establish the court when it is necessary, to prepare to collect the evidences, to make everything possible in case any war criminal could be captured, for him to be held in custody, prosecuted, tried, and convicted. And it's not our aim, or it's not, we have no time to think about whether something happened in the future or not. We don't know what will be tomorrow. We, as I mentioned before today, even great tyrannies, which were great in their capabilities, can fall into one day. The experts who help us now, who were prosecutors in first tribunals in cases of war crimes committed on territory of former Yugoslavia, many of them told me, we never imagined when we started that work that, for instance, Milosevic and Karadzic would be in the dock.
But they did document it. And I wish I had more time. We have a little more generous buffer in this committee than some, so thank you, Chairman, for your indulgence to get to the answer. I actually have some other questions in writing for how the United States has been able to cooperate and be supportive. You've unearthed a number of those in dialogue. And frankly, one of the questions that we get relates to, would you be okay with the same standard being applied to Ukraine's conduct in the war? And I'd just give you, if I had the time, to address the pretext that Russia used to start the war. And we look forward to a written response when we get there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the chair will allow the witness to answer that question.
Sorry?
You want to restate the question?
Well, the one that the pretext that Russia used to start the war was, of course, that fellow Ukrainians were engaged in effectively war crimes against their countrymen who were Russian speakers, Azov battalions and others, neo-Nazis inside Ukraine. And so Russia says, we're coming to protect Russian speakers because Ukraine won't protect them. And they use that as a pretext to come into the country. And so if that was going on in any way, shape, or form, would those people be held to the same standard if they really were committing what is effectively atrocities against their fellow Ukrainians?
First of all, the pretext of Russian invasion, the many elements, maybe all of the elements of these pretexts, is absolutely insane stories. And they could use any pretext. They decided to start this war of aggression. They don't need this pretext. Actually, what they did, they documented themselves, and the crime of aggression, which should be prosecuted by the International Tribunal, could not be very difficult case from the legal point of view, because we have a lot of evidences of the crime of aggression started. And their pretext, I think everyone understands that there's nothing behind it, just some story for their propaganda and their TV. With regard to all war crimes committed in the course of this war, we start investigation in any case, and for us, wherever we have information about war crime committed. It doesn't matter who is alleged person.
Yeah, thank you for that. Look, nothing justifies what Vladimir Putin did. And look, even in America, we had people who crossed lines in our own rules of engagement. In our own country, we held them accountable. Russia's not doing that. I think a lot of people see and say that Ukraine is also not doing that. And I just look at, is there a basis at some point to build something diplomatically here? And I look forward to the written responses. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Jones' time has expired. Mr. Schneider is recognized.
Thank you. I'm way over here. That's okay. It's a big room. I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much for sharing everything from your experience to testimony earlier of the witnesses. I'm reminded of Elie Wiesel, and two quotes come to mind. He said famously, whoever hears a witness becomes a witness. And today we become witnesses to the horrific atrocities and war crimes taking place in Ukraine. He also says, if we forget, we kill the victims a second time. And we cannot forget. We must do everything we can to make sure that the perpetrators of these crimes are held accountable and face the consequences of their actions. And I'll say at the same time, we must constantly remind the world where we stand on the right side of history, on the moral side of history with the people of Ukraine, with the country of Ukraine. And that I pray this war comes to an end as quickly as possible, but I also am committed to make sure that we continue to prosecute the crimes for as long as necessary. And I join my esteemed colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have expressed the solemn hope that President Putin, his lieutenants, and all the people guilty of these crimes face justice. I also, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, I appreciate the role that this committee has played and will continue to play in shedding light on these atrocities and the work you do and the witnesses coming here. This will not be, I suspect, the last time we talk about this. I'm also pleased that last month the International Criminal Court did announce charges against Putin and issued an arrest warrant for him. For this to be effective, I think the testimony, the satellite images, the myriad of materials collected have to be retained, have to be stored, and be available to establish guilt. No doubt in my mind that Putin is guilty, that we will be able to prove his guilt. But with so many crimes, I know it's crucial that your office and the international community keep track. It is easy to say, to use terms such as countless, inconceivable. We have to count, and we have to make sure that the world understands and comes to the conception of what has happened. So to that end, in a little bit of time left, Mr. Prosecutor General, what are you doing? How can we in the United States best help to make sure that the evidence is collected appropriately, the chains of custody are preserved effectively, records are maintained, so that when the time comes, when Putin and his cronies face trial, they won't be able to say, this isn't true, this didn't happen. The evidence will be presented, it will be overwhelming, and it will be substantiated.
Thank you. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your question. First of all, we are working in a very structural way. My head of my war crimes prosecution department, Yuri Belausov, he just yesterday reported to me that they have finalized strategy of investigation and prosecution of war crimes, which is created at wartime by our investigators, prosecutors, but with all international projects involved, especially Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group, which is created with the help of US government, together with UK and EU colleagues, and together with non-governmental organizations involved. And this is a strategic document. So we are not only dealing with specific cases. We help ourselves, with the help of our partners, to structure the work of our department, of our prosecutors and investigators. We also have constant, permanent sets of trainings, not only held in Ukraine, but also abroad, with the help of our partners, to raise the level of our prosecutors and investigators, because they need to meet the highest criteria, which I think could be met either in courts of United States, United Kingdom, European countries, or the ICC. Because we all understand, my word to my prosecutors, every case, every evidence you collect, you need to think about that this evidence could be used at the International Criminal Court, which has very high standards. And you need to be very careful in documenting these evidences, because we don't have a right to lose any case. So I am absolutely with you, and your question is extremely important to highlight the necessity of the high quality of evidence collected. This is my primary task. We are backed and supported by all international projects of support and national prosecution authorities who are helpful to us to train our prosecutors and investigators to meet these criteria. But I also wanted to say one word. You know, you mentioned the statistics, you mentioned the figures. These hearings today, it's not about the figures, it's about real lives. We all need to come back to real destinies, to real people who are the victims and survivors of this war. And behind every figure are people's lives. We need not to forget about it.
Thank you. That is so important. This is a crime against humanity, and the world will hold Russia and Putin to account. But as you touch on, every single individual, their story, their family, their community is a victim, and we must remember each of the victims as those individuals. Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you so much for having this hearing. I know we will have more on this. We have much work ahead of us, and I would speak for our nation. We stand with you in your very difficult task, but we are with you shoulder by shoulder.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for their significant commitment to the people of Ukraine and their significant bipartisan effort to make the United States a firm and committed partner to ejecting Putin from Ukraine. So I thank you for your leadership. And also on the subject of the victims of this illegal invasion of a neighbor and sovereign country and member of the United Nations, I think we're not forgetting the victims here. Our chairman went to Bucha. He's done more than see photos. And we're grateful to the international news media that have brought the atrocities to light since day one on February 24th. So I thank the leadership of this committee. I want to follow up on Mr. Snyder's comments. In 2016, the United Nations, in a General Assembly vote, established the mechanism, technically the International Impartial Independent Mechanism to investigate war crimes in Syria. It's been, I think, quite successful in storing evidence, documenting that evidence, some most sensational, things like the Caesar photos, for example, and convictions have now been taking place in Europe, including recently in Germany. And the UN has formed a mechanism to back up evidence storage for Ukraine. Is that correct? Has the UN General Assembly set up a similar mechanism for documentation of war crimes in Ukraine?
It's very important and to also to mention, it's a matter of tribute to and respect to all of my prosecutors and investigators, is that Ukraine, which is very different from Syria, Ukraine from the very first day of full-scale invasion ensured, under the leadership of President Zelensky, that all state authorities were fully operational from the very first day of war. Even some of them were relocated from Kiev, but they were fully operational. That's why we started investigation and prosecution of war crimes from the very first day. And in order to ensure secure storage of the evidences, I applied last year to our partners, and we received first assistance from European Commission, who secured for us, so who supplied for us quite huge servers in order not only to save, but also to duplicate, yes?
Duplicate, yeah.
Yes, duplicate the evidences of war crimes committed. We have also other instrument now in place, which is under the auspices of Eurojust in The Hague. This is a very interesting element. It's called CSED, Core International Crime Exchange Database. This is also financed by the European Commission, and it will be a storage of the evidences which could be provided by the 20+ countries who investigate war crimes and the joint investigation team which was created by Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, and now Latvia, Estonia, Slovakia, and Romania being part of, where United States Department of Justice now have a memorandum of understanding and will deploy specialists who will help another element of this joint investigation team, the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression, which will be started its operation in July in The Hague under the auspices of Eurojust, with the support of a prosecutor which will be deployed by the Department of Justice of United States. So we have another storage facility for the evidences, as I mentioned, CSET, and it will be additional storage facilities for the ICPA, International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression. So we want some of the evidences to be kept not only in Ukraine, but also abroad to be in a more safe location.
That's very encouraging, and I'm of course pleased that this Congress has supported that Department of Justice effort to provide that technical assistance. Do we have actual, in addition to DOJ training and the MOU, do we actually have FBI forensic experts assisting their colleagues in Ukraine on crime scene reviews?
Thank you for this question. During my visit, we will have we have already a meeting with Attorney General with regard to more active involvement of the FBI to investigate and prosecute of war crimes, and I have meeting tomorrow on this specific matter.
Good. Well, this is very encouraging. We want to make sure that you have the support you need to take to the international community the proof of the atrocities of the Putin invasion of Ukraine and bring Putin and his henchmen to justice.
And then we will do our part too on making sure that we work with our partners on finding ways for Russia to support the reconstruction of Ukraine once Ukraine has declared victory. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Let me just thank the Prosecutor General for being here today. Very powerful testimony. You handled yourself extremely well, making the case. The reason the ranking member and I wanted to do this hearing is to call attention to not only the American people, but the world about what is happening on the ground and the atrocities taking place every day. At a minimum, you're providing a documentation, a historical documentation of these atrocities, and we sincerely hope that they will be brought to justice. And as I used to say when I was a prosecutor, that there will be a special, particularly for the Wagner Group, a very special place in hell for them. So with that, members of the committee, pursuant to the rules, they have 5 days to submit statements, questions, exchange materials for the record. And I'd like to close with an excerpt from an incredibly powerful documentary. I've seen it several times, called Freedom on Fire, which depicts the horrific realities of Putin's war.
Числа 11 марта, когда уже сильные обстрелы начались. Мы практически под обстрелами бежали из дому в сторону драмтеатра. Спрашивали, куда нам. Нам военные посоветовали идти в драмтеатр, бомбоубежище. Мы туда пришли 11 числа. Я, мой муж, сын с невесткой, 2 деток ихних. Нас поселили на 2-м этаже в комнате. Комнатка маленькая, все пока там на полу спали. 16 числа утром сын мой пришел и говорит, давайте-ка, наверное, перебирайтесь в подвал со 2-го этажа.
A Russian aircraft drops a bomb on a theatre that's also being used as an air raid shelter.
Tonight, the desperate hunt for survivors of that horrific attack on a theatre believed to be sheltering as many as 1,000 people in Mariupol.
Неожиданно затряслись окна, а во 2-й раз уже все взорвалось. Подружка кричит, я в тишине вся, потом, когда этот взрыв заканчивается, мы выбираемся, когда я вытаскивала ногу, слышала, что Каролина отхаркивалась там.
И когда этот взрыв произошел, нас засыпало. Ну, мы с мужем вылезли. Соседка кричит, Ира, там дети на 2-м этаже. Мы как забегаем, а эта комната не один. 3-й этаж на них упал.
Я кричала, Каролина...
Моя сестричка. За что? За что? Пришли нас освобождать. От чего? От жизни освободили, от жилья освободили, от работы освободили, от всего освободили.
Вони, росіяни, вдалися до звісної для них технології, яку вони опробували у Грозному у 94-2002 році, яку вони опробували у Сирії, Алеппо. І саме так вони її опробують наразі в Україні. Доказом того нелюдського, антигуманітарного поводження російських Збройних сил у нас тисячі. Свідоцтвом чого є бомбардування пологового будинку у Маріуполі. Весь світ бачив, як 16-річний ледь евакуювали відтуди. Весь світ бачив, як у Маріуполі вони вчора бомбили драматичний театр, навіть незважаючи на те, що спеціально для літаків було написано «Діти». Весь світ бачить, що вони не люті. Вони беруть у заручники цивільне населення. Вони вбивають не тільки дорослих. На теперішній час 106 дітей.
Не знаешь, куда бежать. Кто нам детей вернет? Кто?
And without objection, the committee stands adjourned.